Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto Was Rebuilt, the Uzumaki clan. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto was slow to return to his senses from his place on the ground. With a slight groan, he began to stir, and the first thing he saw as his eyes cracked open was Sasuke's foot inches before his face, and the masked boy he and his teammate had been fighting lying sprawled out on the concrete. "Geez. You always get in the way," Sasuke said, putting him down as always. But that didn't matter right now. If Sasuke had managed to get them out of this, Naruto would take back everything bad he'd ever said about him. Not like he didn't know how good Sasuke was, even if he hated admitting it. "Sasuke, you." But as he looked up, the triumph and gratitude he felt turned to ash. Coldness settled in the pit of his stomach as he saw the needles riddling Sasuke's body. Well over a dozen littered his arms, his legs, his back. 5 of them stuck out of his neck, leaking blood as he coughed up a wad of crimson that added to the splashes the blonde just now noticed. "What's with that face, idiot?" Sasuke asked as he looked over his shoulder. His tone was the same as always, but only now did Naruto notice how he was struggling to speak. How strained he sounded. "Why?" Naruto started, unsure what to say. They'd hated each other. Anyone who knew them could tell. He should have been the last person Sasuke would lay down his life for. And yet, "I don't know," Sasuke answered weakly. "I hated you," he admitted, wondering about the answer himself. "So why? Save me," Naruto repeated. He clenched his teeth, angry at Sasuke for doing something so stupid. At the masked boy for doing this to him. At himself for running into what was obviously some kind of jutsu and getting them in this mess. "Stupid, stupid, stupid. I never asked for your help." Sasuke took a breath and just stood for a moment. My body just moved by itself. And with that, his remaining strength left him and he fell backward. Naruto caught him, mind racing as he tried and failed to process what was happening. Eyes wide as he realized how shallowly his rival was breathing. "That man, my brother. I swore I would live until I killed him," Sasuke said weakly, dull eyes focused on the blonde. Some part of Naruto was perplexed by that admission, but it was small compared to the part screaming that his rival was about to die in his arms, to do something, but he couldn't move. "Don't let yourself die too." And with that, the Uchiha's eyes closed, and the faint movements of his breathing ceased. A tear fell from Naruto's eye. There was a burning feeling inside, different from the pain constricting his heart, swelling by the second. "He charged at me without hesitation. And died protecting you. For that, he deserves respect," he heard the masked boy say as he rose to his feet. "Is this the first time you've witnessed the death of a friend? This is the way of shinobi." And with that he slipped back into his mirror, his gaze not leaving his remaining opponent. "Shut up," Naruto said, quietly, focused on the unmoving body in his arms. "I hated you too, Sasuke. And yet." His thoughts turned back to the masked boy, and at that moment he saw red. "I won't forgive you." Crimson chakra erupted from the blonde, startling the masked boy within the mirror as it began to tear through the ground. So intense was the normally intangible energy that it carved deep lines in the stone as it spiraled out from the genin's body. As he leaned forward, resting Sasuke on the ground, his entire body tensed. Fire coursed through his veins, his mind almost completely blank as all emotions were drowned out by pure, burning rage. "I'm gonna kill you," he almost roared, his voice a guttural growl as he bent forward, one hand laying Sasuke on the ground as the other clawed at the concrete. The Uzumaki rose to his feet, the wounds littering his body healing as he moved, Senbon pushed out by growing muscle mass, cuts and scrapes steaming as they faded away until he was left unharmed. Above him, the spiraling crimson coalesced, shifting and taking shape into the form of the upper skull of a fox, its lower half fading into haze-like energy, its baleful gaze trained on the masked boy as Naruto's did too, his once blue eyes dyed crimson with slit pupils. Kakashi was startled by a sudden, intense chakra that washed over the battlefield. The air itself seemed to take on a slight, stinging charge filled with an almost palpable sense of rage. Immediately, his mixed coal and crimson gaze turned towards the source, where his students fought for their lives, hidden in the mist. It took him a moment to recognize it. It had been years since he'd felt it after all, and he didn't have a lot of experience with this type of power, but soon enough it came to him. The Kyuubi. Has the seal broken? No doubt Zabuza felt it too, but that was an afterthought. No. It's just loosed and its power is seeping out. Something's happened. I need to get over there. I have to end this, right now. With that, he pulled a scroll from his vest and flipped it through the air. In a single smooth motion, he dipped his thumb in the wound on his chest, grabbed the scroll in midair, unfurled it, and ran his thumb along the paper, smearing the words written upon it with blood. Zabuza. The Jonin called out into the mist. I know how you like to stretch these things out, but how about we end this now? He said as he twirled the scroll through the air before forming the tiger hand seal, the scroll perched upon his thumbs. Come on, what do you say? We're both busy people. Tempting. Zabuza's voice echoed from all around him. I'm curious to see how you'll back up such brave words. Show me, Kakashi. Haku could only stare, perplexed by the sight before him. What is this? Such an evil chakra. It should be impossible for chakra to change like this. And there's so much. The air almost felt like it was on fire. The chakra seemed to radiate hatred like nothing he could have ever imagined. Even as it faded until only a haze-like crimson aura remained around the blonde, the feeling of dread it instilled refused to leave him. The boy had healed, he noticed. All the wounds he'd inflicted had faded completely. But there was no time to dwell on that as Naruto suddenly bent forward, crossing his arms over his chest, a low growl emanating from his chest and growing louder by the second. What is? He raised his senbon. I have too. Before he could finish that thought, the blonde threw his head to the sky and roared. At that moment, 3 massive chains tipped with spikes and dyed with the same crimson power burst from his torso, each half as thick as his mirrors were wide. They whipped through the air, growing longer by the moment until they reached his mirrors and tore through them as if they were glass. They shattered instantly, the pieces scattering and quickly falling prey to gravity. What? It happened too quickly. In only 3 seconds, all his mirrors had been broken, the pieces falling to the ground. Knowing he had to move quickly, the masked boy tossed a volley of senbon from the piece he remained in and warped into one of the shards directly over the blonde. With another almost animalistic roar of fury, a wave of crimson chakra scattered the needles. But that was fine, it was just a distraction. The instant the blonde's attention was on the needles, Haku launched himself down with as much speed as he could muster, aiming to stab the enraged boy. It was not to be. Naruto jumped away, moving nearly as fast as he himself did with the assistance of the mirrors. No, I have to get away. Not fast enough. The blonde was on him almost the moment he completed the thought, his hand raised above his head, his hands clawed and displaying his now sharpened nails. Haku had just enough time to dodge, and the blonde's hand crashed down where he once stood, kicking up a cloud of debris. Trained instinct drove him, readying a counterattack before he even considered his next move. But it was a pointless effort. More chains, much smaller this time, burst from the cloud and surged towards the masked boy. He threw his senbon in desperation, unable to dodge in midair, but the blonde blocked with his arm while the masked boy was ensnared. With the same motion he'd raised his limb, he pulled back his fist as the chains reeled the ice user in. The fist slammed into his face with enough force to crack his mask. He was sent flying, the chains releasing him as he spiraled through the air before crashing into the ground and rolling to a stop, staring at the sky as half of his mask left his face and clattered on the ground. Just in time to see the chains coming down, their bladed tips poised to spear him. He had just enough time to realize what was coming, but his body refused to respond quickly enough, too dazed by the force of the blow. The chains slammed down in a spray of crimson liquid, and instantly he knew nothing but pain. True awareness gradually returned to the blonde as he stood, heaving as he breathed heavily. An outstretched hand pointed towards Sasuke's killer, his burning gaze honed in on the boy weakly crying out and writhing as he clutched at the blade-tipped chains of chakra embedded in his chest. As his breathing calmed down, the crimson energy began to fade. His ruby orbs faded back to blue. And gradually, his furious gaze gave way to horror. His breath picked up again, this time with a slight shudder as he processed the expanding crimson pool under the masked boy, the 4 chains buried deep in his chest. He took a shaky step back, the chains evaporating and fading away like smoke blown by the wind. The boy's writhing lessened, and he clutched at the red stain at his chest. He was still clinging to life, barely. But it was obvious to all that the wound was fatal. Naruto had killed him, just as he said he would. He tried to force himself to stop trembling, to ignore the cold pit that had opened up in his stomach. Shinobi had been trained for this. There was still danger. He had no idea what was going on with Kakashi, Sakura, and the old man who hired them. He needed to. All he could think of was the boy dying a few yards away from him. He walked forward, as fast as he could. Not very fast, but he recognized that the boy was soon to breathe his last and he wanted to. What? Hear his last words. Just stand there so he wouldn't die alone. He didn't know, but his feet carried him onward. He took in a quiet gasp when he drew close enough to make out the uncovered part of the boy's face. It was the same boy he met days ago gathering herbs. It's you. From the forest, Naruto said, his voice faint, shaking slightly. I suppose. This is your win. The boy spoke weakly, dull black eyes looking to Naruto for the second time that day as his arms now limp on his chest. But why? Naruto asked, and after a moment his voice grew more intense. Why's someone like you working for scum like Zabuza? Why'd you kill Sasuke? Because he is important to me. The masked boy, whose name Naruto realized he didn't even know, said as he looked to the sky. When I was alone, when no one acknowledged my existence, he took me in. For that, I owe him everything. He looked to him once more, his voice growing weaker with every word. Do you know what it's like? To be truly alone, to live in complete solitude. The look on his face gave him the answer. I see. And then his eyes closed, and his breathing stilled. Zabuza could sense it. Kakashi had used a jutsu, and for that he chided him. For all the Sharingan wielder's renown, he was helpless here in his mist. Just like so many others. They couldn't match Zabuza's skill in the art of silent killing. Not even his former compatriots in the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist could. Here, where sight was useless, where he could attack without a sound and detect even the faintest of movement, none could match him. None could escape his blade. I think you're right, Kakashi. It's time I ended this. And that's when he sensed it. Something moving towards the ground, drowning out all the other faint sounds. The ground beneath him cracked, and then shattered, revealing a dog. It grasped at his foot with its jaws. A quick movement of his leg was all he needed to avoid it. He wasn't so fortunate when another followed, however, and its teeth bit into his shin. He cried out in pain, before more hounds of various species, including an enormous bulldog, tore their way out of the ground around him, their howls filling the air. He struggled, to no avail, as he found himself completely pinned. His legs each had two dogs hanging onto them, his right arm had a single canine holding it in place, and the bulldog had bit into his shoulder, its huge paws holding his arm in place. Hey, the tables had turned. That's what happens when you wander with your eyes closed. Kakashi began as the mist began to clear, allowing them to see each other as he rose to his feet. That was a summoning jutsu. I was calling forth my ninja hounds. Kakashi's mixed eyes met his. When you attacked me, I let you get past my guard. I wanted you to cut me. It's the smell of my blood on your blade that led them to you. Falling into my trap, you disappoint me, Zabuza. Of course, he had to throw his words back at him. Kakashi put a hand to his face, right beside his coal eye. The mist has cleared. Know what I see. Your future is death. Talk, do you mean to talk me to death? In a way, Kakashi replied. Right now my hounds are just playing, but one word from me and they'll tear you apart. But, as I said, we're both busy people. I need to get to my students. It's time I ended this. But it won't be with a stolen jutsu. For this, I'll use my own technique. And with that, he ran through three hand signs. Reikiri. A circle of azure chakra rose around him, lightning flying from it to an orb of pure chakra and electricity in his grasp. Wah! His chakra's so strong it's visible. I won't let you sacrifice Tsunade for the sake of your own goals. Kakashi declared. The bridge he seeks to build is the only hope of this country. Sacrificing so many others to further your ambitions. He glared at him now, disapproval clear on the exposed portion of his face. That's not the way of the shinobi. Zabuza recovered from the shock of seeing so powerful a technique. Really, what was even the point of that? At this point, he could just throw a kunai into his jugular and he wouldn't be able to do anything. Flashy bastard just wants to show off. Well, if he wanted to waste that much chakra, fine by him. If he could get out of this, that would be to his advantage. I don't give a damn about their petty little lives, Zabuza responded, his voice determined as if he wasn't staring down certain death. I've got my own dreams. And I will make them a reality. Kakashi continued to stare, the orb of light crackling in his hand. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender. Never. So be it. Kakashi charged forward. The swordsman of the mist did all he could, hoped that Haku would come to his side as always. But there was nothing he could do. And help never came. Pain erupted through his chest as the blade of lightning pierced him, running him clear through as easily as any metal sword. He coughed, and blood dyed the wrapping masking his face. Damn, guess Kakashi was right this time. Naruto had stepped away from the masked boy's body, eyes looking this way and that as he tried to gain his bearings. It was useless. This fog was so thick he might as well be stumbling around in complete darkness. And with all the moving around in the fight, he had no idea if he was going towards the others or the rails or even the edge of the bridge. Damn it. I can't tell east from west in this stupid fog. Never mind that he had trouble with that anyway. I have to find everyone and… It was just then that the mist began to lighten up. Vague shapes began to form as it faded away by the moment. The mist is clearing. And then he saw two shapes, definitely human, standing inches apart in the fog. There. He ran towards them as his vision became sharper, and then he stopped. Kakashi was standing across from Zabuza, who was being held down by dogs of various shapes and sizes. But they didn't have to. Not when Kakashi's hand had torn clean through Zabuza's chest. The man was unmoving, blood splatters littering the ground in front of and behind him. His eyes were wide and sightless, looking blankly at Kakashi's face. The hounds released their prey, sitting obediently as Kakashi turned, kneeling as he moved to slide Zabuza's body off of his arm. He laid him onto the ground and slid his hands over his eyes, last rites for a fallen foe regardless of his opinion of the man. Kakashi Sensei. Naruto called out as he ran over, and he saw the man look towards him. Naruto. It's over on your end too. Naruto stopped and his face twisted as he looked away. Kakashi took in the complicated expression on his face and seemed to have a good guess of how the battle had ended. I see. Naruto. It was then a familiar voice rang out. One that Naruto had dreaded hearing. Sakura. He looked over to see the pink-haired girl waving at him, a happy smile on her face that the blonde knew wouldn't last. Are you okay? Where's Sasuke? Naruto just looked away, not able to force himself to say the words to her. Kakashi remained stoic as he took in Naruto's response, merely closing his eye for a moment as he slid his forehead protector back over his Sharingan eye. It was something he'd learned to do through the countless losses he'd endured through his years as a shinobi. This one though, it was never easy to lose a comrade, no matter how well one might learn to handle it, but it was worse when it was your student. He could already guess what Sakura's reaction was. He rose from his crouched position, sparing Zabuza's body a single glance. That could be dealt with later. He half turned to look at the bridge builder and Sakura, who was starting to tremble with a look of growing horror on her face. Come on, it looks like the fighting's over. And with that he walked towards Naruto, who stood there looking at the ground, his loyal ninja hounds following behind. He was grateful to Pakun for remaining silent. When he reached the blonde, he put a hand on his shoulder. Those blue eyes turned to him, and he gave him a reassuring squeeze before gesturing for him to follow. He seemed reluctant, and he could imagine why, but he started to turn all the same. As they walked through the clearing mist, the first sight they came upon was the body of the masked boy. There were more pressing matters, so the Jonin only spared the corpse a cursory glance. It wasn't what he expected. He had little experience with the power he had sensed from Naruto, but he had expected blunt force trauma or claws to be the cause of death, not impalement. And then they came to Sasuke lying on his back, eyes closed and needles dug deep into his neck and various places on his body. Tsunade looked away. Sakura fell to her knees. She reached for his face, likely wanting to confirm that it wasn't just a trick like during the bell test. He's cold, she noted quietly. This isn't an illusion. You can cry, Sakura. I won't think less of you. Kakashi said, and she turned a wavering green eye towards him. He could see it shimmering slightly. I know what the rules say. Feelings are a weakness. Shinobi aren't supposed to pursue their own goals, we're meant to be tools. But despite that, we're still human. At that, the floodgates opened, and Sakura fell over Sasuke as she sobbed out his name. He could hear Naruto's breathing catch beside him. Well, what do we have here? An oily voice rang out from the edge of the bridge. All save Sakura turned to see a short man in sunglasses, dressed in an expensive suit and a cane. He was smirking, amusement clear as he beheld them in the now almost completely faded mist. Behind him were dozens of men. Kakashi could immediately tell they were nothing more than thugs, likely only barely versed in chakra if at all. Gato. Tsunade growled. So this is. Hey, well, what do you know? Those two went and bit it before we even got here. Gato observed with a slight tile of the head. I guess I owe you a bit of gratitude. I was going to have them both killed after they ran themselves nice and ragged fighting you, but you went and took care of that part for me. So much for the hidden demon in the mist. The men behind him all laughed at him, mocking the dead man. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Double dealing's a common tactic for swine like you. Kakashi coolly stated, his hounds beginning to growl at his side. Ah, don't be like that. It's just good business. Gato replied, seemingly finding his disapproval funny if anything. Speaking of which, these guys may be cheap thugs but they do cost something, so if you could take a few of them out before they kill you I'd be much obliged. It said something about what utter scum these people were that not a single one of them had a problem with that. And clearly, their boss had to have something of a sadistic streak, as if they hadn't seen enough evidence of that already. After all, he could have just sent them here with orders to kill them. He had no reason to come out himself beyond just wanting to see them die. Walking onto a battlefield with only untrained thugs to protect you. Not smart. Naruto. Kakashi spoke quietly as he glanced at the blonde. He looked up at him, anger clear on his face, wearing his emotions on his sleeve as always. The hounds were growling, baring their teeth. I don't have much chakra left. Use the shadow clone jutsu to cover me. Naruto just nodded and Kakashi stepped forward. Well, I'm actually the one who should be thanking you, Gato. The copy ninja began to the suddenly confused gangster. He didn't bother uncovering his eye. He wouldn't need it for trash like this. I'm in a bad mood right now. And you've given me the opportunity to go on a rampage. And with that he drew two kunai and charged forward. He heard the burst of smoke that accompanied the shadow clone jutsu go off behind him, and the roars and footfalls of his hounds as they followed. Gato's confident face immediately gave way to terror and he turned and ran into the crowd of muscle he'd hired like the coward people like him typically were. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Kakashi held his blades before his chest as he saw the various thugs ready their weapons, confident that their numbers would win the day. They were very quickly disabused of that notion. But not by Kakashi. For a moment, Kakashi's sole visible eye widened as a chain made of pale yellow energy shot past him, slamming into a vast swath of the thugs, tossing them aside like 1 Ryo coins. Many were left sprawling on the ground. Some were swept over the railings. He heard them cry out and then splash into the water below. What? But that's... Suddenly the masked boy's wounds made sense, he noted in the back of his mind as he joined the fray. The mercenaries quickly learned the difference between self-taught street fighters who didn't know the transformation technique from substitution and a veteran jonin who'd fought in wars and earned a bounty of 50 million ryo. What followed could only be described as a massacre. He ducked under sword swiped, sidestepped spear thrusts, jumped over attempts to sweep his feet out from under him, each time striking his attacker with a kick to the head if they were lucky. A slash from his kunai if they weren't. Another spear user tried to stab him in the back. In one fluid motion, he spun on his heel, twisting just enough for the weapon to pass within an inch of his back, stabbed the poor merc in the neck while still halfway through his turn, finishing the movement with a kick that sent the man flying into another thug and continued to push on in the direction their boss had fled in, ducking under a blow from a pair of spiked knuckles from his right and slashing the attacker across his chest as he continued. All the while the dogs howled as they fought behind him, too fast for the attackers. Darting in and tearing out throats and dodging any blow thrown their way. One of the mercs noticed Pakun and tried to kick him out of the way. Big mistake. The little dog bit the man's leg and dragged him to the ground, where one of his combat hounds finished him off. Meanwhile, Naruto's clones fought with their fists. While not particularly skilled in taijutsu, any genin worth his salt would make short work of random fighters like this. One clone dodged a blow from a particularly large mercenary before another launched himself at its stomach. As he ducked forward, the wind knocked out of him, another leapt up and punched him in the face, knocking him out cold. And that said nothing of the many that were swept aside by the chains. Close enough now. Time to end this. Charging his kunai with lightning, a far less costly technique than his reikiri, he mentally kicked himself for using that. He could have done this himself if he hadn't. Next time, he wouldn't try to be flashy. He let the weapon fly. The enhanced weapon tore through the mercenaries and their weapons, literally. Cut through them like butter. Carving a trail that led straight to Gato, who let out a startled cry and took a step back as the weapon was embedded at his feet. Making a tiger seal, Kakashi vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared at the feet of the wannabe tyrant. He had just enough time to scream before he was slashed from groin to neck with a single upward motion. He made a strangled cry as he was driven back by the force of the blow and the instinct to get away, falling over the edge of the bridge, leaving a splash and a short trail of blood. All motion slowed to a halt as the mercenaries recognized that their meal ticket had just been lost. Kakashi slowly turned to the thugs, who were not nearly as confident to say the least. Sasuke hadn't expected to wake up. When he'd felt the pain from his injuries fade, felt his body grow numb as his consciousness began to dim, he'd been sure that was the end. So were it not for how groggy he was at the moment, he would have been very surprised as he began to regain awareness. Did he hear something? A voice. Am I dead? The sound was becoming clearer by the second. It was sobbing. Someone was crying his name. The voice was familiar. Wait, wasn't that Sakura? Feeling was beginning to return to him. Pain. His entire body was sore and growing worse as he became less lethargic. There was a weight on his chest. And it was only adding to the discomfort. His body was slow to respond to his command, but gradually his eye began to open and Sakura was crying over him. Could I be Sakura? It's hard to breathe with you on top of me. He finally managed to say. With a startled sound, Sakura got up and looked to his face, shocked to see his eyes open and looking at her. After a moment, she began to cry harder and with a now relieved cry of his name wrapped her arms around his neck and began sobbing into his shoulder. That only made things worse. A sharp throbbing pain shot out from where she had pushed at the needles. Sakura, that hurts. Oh, sorry, she replied as she pulled away. His body was stiff and it felt like he was moving through water, but he managed to pull himself up to sit before shifting onto his knees, refusing to stay down when he didn't know the situation. Well, Sakura was fine. That was a relief. As was Tazuna, so clearly they hadn't lost, that was good. But where were Naruto and Kakashi? Did Naruto fare alright against their masked foe? Probably not, considering they'd been at a disadvantage even together. Stop moving, you'll only make it worse, Sakura said, trying to calm him down, but she was ignored. Is Naruto alright? And what happened to that masked kid? Naruto's fine, Sakura said, now looking uncertain. But that masked kid, he's dead, and so is Zabuza. Sasuke's eyes shot open as shock rolled through his system, instantly returning him to full awareness. Dead? How? Did Naruto do it? I think so, Sakura answered. He came to us after Kakashi defeated Zabuza. By the time we got here it was over already. At that Sasuke began to wildly look around, taking in his surroundings. There was Naruto and a few of his clones, standing on one side of a horde of what seemed to be street thugs with a few of them mixed in. Where did they come from? There was a path carved through them, at the end of which stood Kakashi. Sasuke quickly assumed he'd gone for their leader, considering that the fighting appeared to have stopped. He took in the damage to the bridge, the now clear air free of the mist. And then laid eyes on the masked boy. Half his face exposed and deep stab wounds in his chest, his shirt stained in a red that pooled around his body. But how? After giving him a moment to process, Sakura smiled at him, clasping her hands together in front of her. You're amazing though, Sasuke. I knew you'd pull through. You must have protected your vital spots even as you were going down. No, Sasuke denied as he quickly put the pieces together. It was him. He did the same thing to me he did to Zabuza. From the very start he. Naruto. Sakura called out, and Sasuke turned his gaze back to the blonde. Look, Sasuke's okay. He could see Naruto tearing up from here. He gave him a silent wave. What do we do? One of the thugs asked the others. These guys just killed our meal ticket. Another snarled. I don't want to mess with these shinobi, I say we cut out losses and get the hell out of here. What are you talking about? Most of them are kids. It was then that an arrow fell at the front of the horde. That drew everyone's attention to the opposite side of the bridge. The shinobi's eyes widened. The thugs' collective jaws dropped. Every villager from Wave was standing together, armed with whatever they could find to use as weapons. Shovels, axes, pickaxes, hoes, rakes. They brandished their makeshift weapons with looks of determination. And leading them was Inari, armed with a crossbow. Don't even think about it. Or you'll have all of us to deal with. One of the men shouted and was met with a chorus of agreement and battle cries from his fellow villagers. Inari. Naruto shouted. Hey, a hero shows up at the last second, right? Inari answered with a smile. Ah, he must have said something that got through to the kid. Credit where it was due, that was nicely done on Naruto's part. So guys, Kakashi said, and all the thugs shivered as they turned to the copy ninja. After a pause, he gave them one of those eye smiles of his. Run. And they obeyed. And thus, the land of waves was saved. But Sasuke didn't feel much of a sense of accomplishment in it. Oh, he was happy for the people of Wave. You'd have to be heartless not to be. After who knows how many years of misery, they finally had a brighter future ahead of them. Some part of him felt proud about playing a part in that. But it was overshadowed by the part that was frustrated by the fact that Naruto, the dead last, beat someone he couldn't. It was another reminder of the wall that lies in front of him. Of how far he had to go to achieve his ambition. Naruto smiled as he watched the people of Wave let out a cheer while the mercs practically fell over themselves trying to get away. Though anyone who knew him would know right away his reaction was far more subdued than was normal for him. Normally he'd be right there with them, but now that the danger had passed, his mind went back to the masked boy. His eyes turned back to the body lying there in the middle of the bridge. He flinched as he remembered coming to his senses and realizing what he'd done. And it was worse now. He'd never actually meant to kill them. He'd probably been planning to fool Zabuza with that trick so that he wouldn't. And he'd died for it himself. Why'd it turn out that way? Why would someone like that devote himself to someone like Zabuza? He knew why. He didn't know the boy's circumstances, but he knew what it was like to be completely alone. To just want someone, anyone, to acknowledge him. And Zabuza had. And for that, he'd do anything for him. He knew because he felt the same. For Old Man Hokage, for Iruka, and for his team. He winced as he realized he didn't even know the boy's name. Chances are the only one who had was Zabuza. That felt wrong. He may have been an enemy, but he was a good guy. He was kind-hearted, and he fought out of love for his master. They probably could have been friends, if things had been different. He deserved to be remembered, and they didn't even have a name to put to his face. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see his sensei standing there. After a moment, he made a gesture toward the land of waves with his head. Come on, we need to talk. They walked over to Sasuke and Sakura, and he gestured for them to follow. And so Team 7 walked back across the bridge. Inari noticed and started to call out, but Tsunade put a hand on his shoulder, having guessed what was up. They silently made their way back to the land and off the beaten path, into the forest. He led them away from prying eyes until he found a fallen tree. Kakashi took in their surroundings and nodded to himself. He then turned back to his team, his only visible eye wandering over them. Sasuke looked like his usual aloof self. Naruto noticed Sakura was looking his way with concern. Sit. Now. They obeyed, sitting down on the floor while he took a seat on the tree. He sighed. All right, I'm sure you all know what we're going to start with, he said before focusing on the blonde. Naruto, what you're feeling right now is normal. Taking a life for the first time is never an easy thing. But it's a reality of life as a shinobi. He looked over to Sakura and Sasuke. But then, she probably needed to hear this more than him. Make no mistake, you two will go through the same eventually. Sakura flinched. Sasuke didn't react, like always. Does it get easier? Naruto asked. Do you see me letting what I did back on the bridge get to me? Kakashi replied, and that answered that question. The man sighed, closing his eyes. My first kill was when the world was nearing the Third Shinobi World War. Tensions were high, missions a lot more dangerous. We needed bodies in the field, and we couldn't afford to slowly introduce genin to things the way we can in times of relative peace. I had to pick myself up immediately, or I wouldn't be here now. It does get easier. There'll come a time when killing those you know or scum won't even faze you. The important things are being able to recognize when it's necessary. Every shinobi has their own opinion on that. That and how far we stick to the tenets of being tools, vs our nature as humans. That, and making sure you never take any sort of pleasure in it. Zabuza was far from the worst example of what those who do become. Naruto's expression twisted at that, a reaction mirrored by Sakura beside him. Sasuke's only slightly narrowed his eyes in response. Kakashi let all that sink in before he continued. That said, killing someone like that boy should never be easy. He looked at Naruto once again. I imagine you only felt worse when you realized that Sasuke was still alive. The blonde flinched, and that was all the answer his team needed. Take however long you need to come to terms with what happened. I'm here to talk if you need it, and I'm sure your teammates won't shy away if you feel the need to lean on them. There was a pause before Sakura spoke up. Naruto. It's okay. She started, struggling to find what to say. Even if he was faking, you thought he'd killed Sasuke. You couldn't have known otherwise. I'd have done the same thing. She then slumped forward. I mean, if I could. And I managed to stop crying. Sakura. There was a moment of silence before Sasuke broke it. How? He began, drawing their attention back to him. He was giving Naruto a hard look, frustration clear in his expression. How exactly did you beat that guy? Naruto grimaced before looking back to the ground, Sakura looking back and forth between her teammates, wanting to say something but not sure what. I'm not really sure what happened. He admitted. Just, when I thought he killed you I just wanted him to pay. His fists clenched, saying the last word through gritted teeth. Then, these chains burst from me and broke all the mirrors. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Chains? Huh, what are you talking about? Sakura asked. Of course. He used them against the thugs too, but you wouldn't have noticed. Sasuke was still out cold and Sakura was preoccupied. Kakashi spoke up. If you could demonstrate. Naruto made an uncertain sound. Now that the battle was over, thinking of those chains reminded him of. Well, not like he could just stop using them, right? He needed to get stronger. Strong enough that he'd never have to go through watching a teammate die again. Or at least say he did all he could to avoid that. This whole thing proved that to him. Closing his eyes, he called upon that power once again. After the first time he called on them back on the bridge, it was like something had just snapped into place. He just knew how to summon them forth. A pale yellow chain grew from his back, looping over his shoulder, flying forward and burying its pointed tip in the ground. What the hell? Sakura cried in shock, while Sasuke looked on with interest. Naruto looked up at his sensei. Do you know anything about these things, Kakashi-sensei? Indeed I do, Kakashi replied with a nod. While not officially the case, I suppose you could call this the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkei. What? There's an Uzumaki clan, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Why was this the first he was hearing about this? Why was he by himself if he had had they been destroyed, like Sasuke's clan? Was that why he'd never even heard of them around Konoha? Or, did they reject him because of the Kyuubi? Naruto's from a clan. Sakura seemed just as shocked as he did. Even Sasuke seemed mildly surprised. Naruto has a Kekkei Genkei. Why wait, what's a Kekkei Genkei? Naruto asked. Seriously? Sakura commented with a frown. Kakashi sighed. I see we have more than just your skills to polish up. Luckily, I have an idea about that, but that's for later. A Kekkei Genkei is, well, the name says it all really. It's a unique ability tied to a certain bloodline, like the Sharingan. Or likely that boy's ice jutsu. They're usually far more powerful most than standard techniques. Those chains aren't technically considered Kekkei Genkei, probably because some other techniques produce similar effects, but they mostly fit the bill. They're superior to the other chakra chain techniques I know of and instinctual for those of the clan lucky enough to have the potential for them. Naruto's nodded rapidly, a determined look on his face. But then, he looked vaguely uncertain. Kakashi-sensei. He began. If you know that much about them. Do you know anyone who has them? The blonde asked hopefully. Kakashi closed his eye and took a deep breath. I did. He then met Naruto's gaze. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto stared in disbelief, absently noting Sakura looking back and forth between him and their sensei beside him. Part of him was elated, to finally hear about his parents. But part of him was screaming, why hadn't Kakashi mentioned that before? Sensing what the blonde was about to say, Kakashi raised his hand in a stop gesture. I know what you're going to ask, but please understand. I downplayed things during the bell test, when I told you my best friend's name was written on that memorial. Of all the people I've held dear to me, only one has survived through the years. And whatever irritation Naruto felt at Kakashi for waiting this long to tell him that he knew his mother withered away. He and Sakura looked at the man in understanding. Sasuke simply looked down solemnly, and Naruto got the feeling he sympathized. Talking about the past is painful for me. Don't expect me to bring it up unless I have a point to make. There was silence for a few moments before Naruto finally couldn't help himself. What was she like? He asked, far more subdued than usual. Well, from what I know, she was a lot like you in her childhood. Naruto's eyes widened at that. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked to the sky. But, I only have second-hand knowledge on that front. When I knew her, she was almost always cheerful. And kind. Courageous. Though, she did have a bit of a temper. There was a fond look in his eye his students had never seen before as he thought back on happier times. She was known as a great beauty throughout the village. She had long red hair, a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. He tilted his head to the side as he looked at the blonde. You may not have gotten the clan's look from her. But you have her eyes. Naruto's eyes grew misty. He sniffled a bit, but there was a genuine smile on his face as he tried to imagine the woman his sensei was describing. He paused for a moment, before glancing at Sasuke. She was actually close friends with Sasuke's mother, Makoto. Naruto blinked in shock, turning watery eyes towards the Uchiha, who had mirrored the action. They had hoped you two would be as good friends as they were, from what Makoto told me. You may not remember it, you were too young, but things were pretty hectic in the wake of the Kyuubi attack for the Uchiha clan and things only went downhill as the years passed. It kept her from seeing you, but that wasn't the case in the earlier days. I ran into her a few times, checking up on you when you were a baby. There was silence for a moment as Naruto thought of all he'd learned about his mother. It was eventually broken by Sakura, whose eyes darted back to Naruto a few times as she realized something. You Kakashi-sensei. From what you just said. Did she? The white-haired man made a brief sound of agreement. She died in the Kyuubi attack. Naruto flinched at those words. She was badly wounded near the start. But a testament to how powerful those chains are once fully mastered, she was able to restrain the Kyuubi during the final moments of the battle. Naruto stared at Kakashi wide-eyed, astonished at the idea that she could hold it down after all that he'd heard of the Kyuubi's power, from what he felt in the little sliver he'd accessed not too long ago. Their final form has the power to seal the chakra of anything they ensnare, you see. Combine that with their durability, and there isn't much that can escape them. My mom was pretty amazing, huh? Naruto choked up a little as the words left him. She was. That night, after all the festivities ceased and everyone went to bed, Sakura found herself staring at the ceiling with her mind in turmoil. Useless. She'd been useless on that bridge. Guarding Tsunade. Who was she kidding? She wouldn't have lasted 2 seconds against Zabuza or that masked boy. Even before that, Naruto and Sasuke had managed to work together to free Kakashi during their first round against the rogue ninja. And what had she done? Nothing. Zip. They were supposed to be a team. They were meant to have each other's back and stand together, but it all fell on those two and their sensei. And look at what happened. Sasuke almost died, and Naruto had been hurt. Not physically, but it was clear that he was still reeling from killing their opponent. Her parents had warned her of that, one of the few times they'd really talked about life as a shinobi. Of how hard it would hit you despite all the academy did to prepare you for it. Thinking of Naruto reminded her of all their interactions up until this point, and she couldn't help but cringe. Sure, the blonde was annoying and he could be an idiot at times, but enough so to justify how often she'd berated or hit him. No, not even close. She remembered what her sensei had told her, did the math, and realized he must have been around their age during the last war. That had brought her to a realization, out of her whole team, she was the only one to have had a happy and relatively stable childhood. Naruto hadn't had parents to teach him, to welcome him back and offer advice and encouragement. Who would be able to support him through what he was feeling now? She remembered the look on his face as Kakashi had described his mother. How could she have been so flippant about that? How could she not have realized how much growing up alone like that must hurt? She grimaced as she recalled her words to Sasuke way back before the bell test. When she said how lucky he was to not have parents, that was why he could be so selfish. The only saving grace she could see was that she hadn't been stupid enough to say that to his face. Wait. Her eyes shot open as she sat up, quick as a blur. Oh God, she'd said that to Sasuke. The Uchiha incident. She'd thoughtlessly said that to someone who'd seen his entire family murdered. She fell back onto the bed and stared dully at the ceiling. No wonder he'd been so mad at her that day. She was a horrible person, wasn't she? Team 7 was silent as they neared the village gates. After the bridge had been completed, the entire village had come out to see them off. After a tearful goodbye between Naruto and Inari, they'd been on their way. They walked forward with their heads held high, knowing the nation had a chance for a brighter future now, thanks to them. For the most part, Naruto had mostly returned to his usual self over the few weeks it had taken them to finish the bridge. A bit quieter. There were still times when dreams of the masked boy interrupted his sleep. But with time and the support of his sensei and occasionally Sakura, he had taken great strides to move on. He'd run through the events on the bridge many a time in his head, wondering if things could have gone differently. His sensei's words and Sakura's reassurances had helped, but he still couldn't help but wonder how things would have turned out if he hadn't walked into that dome of ice mirrors. If maybe he'd tried to take the masked boy out of the fight with that first unseen blow. But then, how would he have reacted if he'd lived? Zabuza wouldn't have stopped. Unless Gato decided to show himself before they killed him, they would have been forced into a battle to the death. When he thought about how he felt when he believed that Sasuke died, he had to wonder how would the masked boy have reacted if they'd killed Zabuza while he was still alive. He liked to think things would have worked out, but there were a lot of ways things could have gone wrong. There was something else Kakashi had told him since that day, cliché as it sounds, there's no point dwelling on what ifs. And that was true. Thinking about all the ways it could have gone differently wouldn't change that the masked boy was dead, buried back there in wave. Kakashi had sealed Zabuza's body into a scroll. Apparently, that was the normal thing to do with rogue ninja. They tended to have pretty big bounties on their heads, which made sense between betraying their village and whatever crimes they committed to make a living afterward. Though Kakashi had mentioned that any shinobi who made a name for themselves would probably wind up with a bounty too. That was kinda cool, it was like a measure of your awesomeness. Not really worth it though, when it came with people looking to cash in. Sakura meanwhile had been quiet and she wouldn't talk about why. She kept to herself, throwing glances to him and Sasuke every once in a while, and seemed unsure of herself. It sucked, seeing the usually confident girl like that, but she just wouldn't open up, not to him or Kakashi. She'd say something supportive to her fellow genin every once in a while, but that was that. She hadn't even fawned over Sasuke since that day on the bridge. He'd had to check to see if the sky was falling when he realized that. And Sasuke. Well, Sasuke had been himself, the textbook example of brooding. The three genin couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved home was in sight, but Naruto noticed Kakashi didn't seem as relaxed. While he mostly seemed his usual cool self, he hadn't once taken out that stupid book of his, and he noticed the man's eye was slightly tense. As they approached the gates, the guard looked up and greeted them. "Hey, welcome back." He frowned, his face twisting slightly as he took in the genin. "Tough mission. It wasn't a failure, was it?" "Oh no, nothing like that," Kakashi replied before rubbing the back of his head and looking away. "It's a long story. Let's just say Lord Hokage's going to rake me over the coals and leave it at that." That got Naruto's attention. Why would the old man be mad? They managed, hadn't they? Not exactly the way he'd have wanted, but they pulled it off. He'd have to be impressed that they saved a nation, right? Ouch. The guard gave him a look of sympathy. Well, best not put it off. And with that, they all entered the village and made their way down the road to the administration building. They walked up the familiar corridors and soon found themselves at the Hokage's office. They knocked on the door to the office and got the okay to enter. "Ah, welcome back Team 7. Hiruzen greeted from his desk with a nod as the four walked in, a hand on his pipe. He frowned slightly when he took in the three genin. Naruto didn't have his usual smile. He couldn't grin as he usually could, knowing what they'd be discussing, and his eyes were open. Beside him, he noticed Sakura was looking as sullen as she always had for the past few weeks. "I take it there were complications." "That's one way to put it." Kakashi began with a sigh. He then looked to the Hokage, slightly tense as if he was expecting a blow. "There were some things the client kept from us and some unexpected developments. Had we known everything, the mission would have been classified as A rank in difficulty." "Was this revealed to you early on, or once you reached the land of waves?" Hiruzen frowned deeply. "Early on." Hiruzen's eyes hardened as he stared at Kakashi. "And am I to understand that you continued the mission anyway?" "That's correct, Lord Hokage." He set his pipe down and leaned forward, clasping his hands before him. "I'm going to need a full explanation." And so Team 7 gave him a full report on everything that happened. The third Hokage was silent for most of the explanation, occasionally asking for clarification on some details, but otherwise simply listened. When it was over, he clasped his hands before him and closed his eyes as he contemplated all that he had just heard. Finally, he looked up. "I'm going to ask that you all remain silent until I'm finished speaking." The third god of shinobi began. He looked to the genin with approval. "First, let me commend the three of you for the success of this mission. Despite facing danger far beyond what you had any right to be prepared for at this point in your career, you pushed on for the sake of the client and his people. In doing so, you saved an impoverished nation from a dark fate and granted them new hope. Not only that, but you rekindled the wills of its downtrodden people. For this, you should be proud, as I am to call you shinobi of this village." Naruto smiled widely at those words, just as the blonde always had. Sasuke has a small smirk, which was about the most one could get from him. Sakura's expression, on the other hand, hadn't changed. Then the Hokage's face hardened once again as his gaze turned towards their sensei. However, Kakashi met his eyes unflinchingly. "It should never have come down to you in the first place." The genin were clearly surprised, but Hiruzen kept going. "Kakashi, it is your job as their Jonin leader to not only protect and guide them, but to recognize when they're in over their heads and pull them back. You should have returned to the village the moment it became clear that this mission was beyond your students' current capabilities, regardless of their feelings on the matter. At least when they're still this early in their careers. If you had already reached wave by the time you became aware of the true scope of the mission, if it was too late to turn back without condemning their nation, that would be one thing. While Tsunade's reasoning is understandable, given the circumstances I would not have been against working out a long-term payment plan or agreeing to later reimbursement. And then we could have sent a proper escort with him." Naruto and Sakura's jaws dropped while Sasuke frowned. They hadn't even thought of that. Then again, his teammates had probably been as happy to take a mission that wasn't painting fences or tending lawns as he was. And who knows how things would have turned out if anyone else had gone. Kakashi was a pretty big deal among Jonin, wasn't he? What if whoever they sent instead wasn't a match for Zabuza? No, besides what happened with the ice user, Naruto couldn't say he had any regrets about taking the mission. Still, he could see the Hokage's point. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed. Need I point out that had this ice wielder been more like his master, or if Zabuza had more Chunin-level ninja at his disposal, then this would have ended in disaster. Kakashi closed his eye. No, I trusted my students, but I understood the danger after my first battle with Zabuza. Hiruzen closed his eyes and sat for a moment in silent thought. When he opened them once more, he stared at Kakashi. I won't punish you beyond this reprimand. But understand that you are on thin ice. The facts that, first and foremost, your genin have returned unharmed, the mission was a success, and that prior to your encounter with Zabuza after reaching the Land of Waves the mission appeared to be B rank or somewhat mitigating factors. Nevertheless, I don't want to see this again until your students are ready for it. Understood, Kakashi answered with a nod. The Hokage sighed and sat back in his chair, picking up his pipe and taking a deep breath before blowing out a cloud of smoke. He then looked to the blonde. Naruto, you have been made aware of the origins of those chains. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei told me. Then, the blonde frowned and raised a fist. Hey, why did no one tell me I came from a clan before? Well, I'm glad to see you're still high-spirited. The third noted before closing his eyes. The Uzumaki clan is a sore subject for Konoha. You see, the Uzumaki clan were actually distant relatives of one of the founding clans of this village, the Senju clan. That got exclamations of shock from Naruto and Sakura, while even Sasuke seemed surprised to hear that. The blonde stepped closer, eager to hear more. The Uzumaki were a powerful clan, one that retained strong relations with their cousins the Senju. They ultimately formed their own village, Uzuio, our staunchest allies. They were known for their mastery of the art of sealing jutsu and also for the longevity that those of the village, especially the Uzumaki, possessed. Indeed, they were the greatest masters of sealing jutsu in all the continent, and that made their village strong despite its small size. Naruto excitedly ate up all the information given to him. His hands were clenched into fists before him in eagerness as he listened to how amazing his family was. And his clan was related to the Senju. He might not have paid a lot of attention in class. Not to mention how often he was put out of the room for whatever reason they could think of before Iruka came and warmed up to him, but even he knew they were known as the strongest clan there was. And it meant he was related to the first and second Hokages. Distantly, but still, awesome. But it was here that the story took a dark turn, and the Hokage solemnly closed his eyes. But their power made them a potential threat to many. More so thanks to their close alliance with us. During a previous war, while we were preoccupied facing our own enemies, Kumo and Iwa launched a surprise attack on Uzuio. His gaze turned to the ceiling, appearing lost in memories. Attacking seal masters on their own ground are usually folly. Uzuio's forces gave better than they got. But in the end, there were just too many. The village was destroyed and the few survivors of its leading clan scattered to the winds. You'll find them every once in a while, here and there. He looked back to the genin, taking in the dejected look on Naruto's face. The fact that we failed to protect such treasured friends, the blood of one of our founding clans, is held as a dark mark on the history of our village. And Naruto quickly deflated upon hearing the fate of his clan. Sakura looked at him in sympathy while Sasuke gazed in thought of what he'd learned. After a few moments of silence, he asked, so, there are still other Uzumaki out there. And how did my mom come to our village if she was from Uzuio? The third Hokage shook his head. I'm sorry Naruto. It's unlikely you will encounter any others of your clan. We have not heard of any other Uzumaki in a long time. One of my students told me of one he found during the Second Shinobi World War, but he chose to remain where Jiraiya found him, and we have since had word of his death. As for your mother, she was transferred to our village as part of an agreement, shortly before Uzuio's destruction. After a pause to let that reality sink in, Hiruzen picked up his account of the fallen clan. While we may not speak of the village or the clan for the shame associated with our failure, there are still signs of the solidarity we once had with them. The red spiral I'm sure you've noticed on the back of our flak jackets and even some of our other attire like your own jacket is the symbol of the clan and Uzuio. Naruto's eyes widened. The symbol of his family had been staring at him in the face for all these years. The Uzumaki did not give their village their symbol out of vanity, mind you. It was because it rested on a small island off the western coast of the Land of Fire, the Land of Whirlpools, which fell along with the village. As the name suggests, the nation was surrounded by whirlpools, an effective natural defense. Though not effective enough to save them. What better symbol to represent such a location than a spiral? There was silence as Naruto thought about all that he'd heard. Gramps, you and Kakashi Sensei have told me a lot about my mom and her clan. But what about my dad? And there was the question Hiruzen had known was coming. One that he had long debated on giving him an answer for. Not if, mind you, but when. Naruto would need to know, sooner or later. About his legacy and about what the Hokage suspected lied in his future. His father had left him with great burdens. Burdens that no one as young as Naruto should have to bear. But, that was how the shinobi world worked. It was far better now than it was before the villages were formed, a dark time he was glad to have only heard about, but even now all too often young shinobi were forced to carry a weight a child never should. But whether he knew about them or not, they were his burdens to carry. And knowing where he came from, of his parents' legacy and feelings, may spur Naruto on to reach his full potential. He had never told Naruto before because it wasn't information he could allow getting out. There was always the risk of spies, and his father had many enemies. He couldn't risk him blurting the secret out, as children were wont to do, especially with as grand a secret as this. But, he was a shinobi now. Truly, if still early in his career. If he couldn't keep his own secrets. Hiruzen closed his eyes and contemplated for a few moments before looking at them once more. Let's move on for now. Already expecting the blonde to speak up, the third cut him off before he had the chance. Naruto, stay afterward. It's past time I told you what you wanted to know. He then spoke to Sasuke and Sakura. This will be a private discussion, so I want you two to go home once we've concluded our business. But, Sakura started to say, only to stop when Kakashi put his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. No doubt the Uchiha had already deduced why he wanted them out of the room. He regarded the blonde curiously for a moment before he shrugged and looked away. Hiruzen had no visible reaction as the Uchiha's wandering eyes landed on the pictures of the 4 Hokage hanging from his wall. A rare expression of pure shock lit up the Uchiha's face. Hiruzen watched him choke on his breath slightly as his gaze shot back to the back of Naruto's head. The boy quickly schooled himself, however. Honestly, he was surprised that so many people who gave the boy a hard time didn't suspect given Naruto's looks. Perhaps it was people's prejudice due to the Kyuubi, but he couldn't help but mentally sigh whenever a ninja who'd known his father failed to make the connection. There weren't that many people in the village with peach skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. And he just happened to seal the Kyuubi into a babe that shared those traits with him. That wasn't even looking underneath the underneath. And of those who did realize and did nothing. Well, the less said the better. At least his successor's last remaining student had his reasons. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you recovered Zabuza's body. Hiruzen questioned, receiving a nod from Kakashi in turn, who walked to the table and placed 2 scrolls before the Hokage. The one on the left is Zabuza's weapon, the Kubikiribocho. Hiruzen nodded. That had potential. The blades of the 7 swordsmen of the mist were extremely valuable. Perhaps they could use it at some point to help broker an alliance with Kiri. They would certainly appreciate it. Once we've processed the body and turned it in, you will of course receive your compensation. Unfortunately, for the danger they faced, they would only receive the reward of a C-rank mission, as that was what it had been categorized as. As soon as they had been paid and their business was concluded, Hiruzen dismissed the rest of Team 7, and Naruto stood before him. With a gesture, he ordered the hidden Anbu that kept watch over the office at all times to leave them for a moment, not that Naruto noticed, leaving them truly alone. The boy was nervous. As anxious as he no doubt was to finally find out who his father was, he was sure he could tell that what they were about to discuss was a heavy subject. The Hokage stood and turned away. He clasped his hands behind his back as he gazed out of the window at the village and remembered that terrible night 13 years ago when their village lost so much. When Naruto lost his parents. The things I'm about to tell you are all secrets of the highest order. They are not to be repeated under any circumstances. Not even to Kakashi, though he is aware of some of what I have to say. If word of this spread, you may find yourself a target of foes you cannot hope to stand against. Am I clear? He turned back to Naruto, who seemed to recognize how serious this was. The blonde nodded, which he returned. Very well. He walked around his desk, coming to a stop in front of the blonde, and kneeled down so that he was at eye level with the genin. Naruto. Your father's name was Minato Namikaze. Naruto's mind went blank. He stood frozen as he stared at his leader, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. All sound seemed to have vanished as the words of the Hokage echoed in his head. Your father's name was Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage. The hero he'd always looked up to. The man who'd sealed the Kyuubi inside of him. The old man made a gesture his head and looked to the far wall. Naruto followed his gaze and it landed on a picture he'd seen before. One that he'd looked at many of the times he'd been brought to this office for something he'd done, and more recently on official business as a ninja. To a picture of a man with a kind smile. With focused, intelligent blue eyes. Eyes that looked so different than his, but then Kakashi told him he'd gotten them from his mother, right? And while they may be shaped differently, they were the same shade of blue. With spiky blonde hair. And peach-colored skin. So much like what he'd see looking into the mirror every day. The very idea had just seemed so impossible that it never clicked before. He choked from the emotion welling up inside of him. His body started to tremble, his hands clenched into fists as his eyes clenched shut. I know. The old man spoke softly. I can't imagine how you must be feeling, but I know it must be overwhelming. I've wanted to tell you, since the first time you asked me. But can you look me in the eye and tell me that you wouldn't have shouted this from the rooftops if I'd told you back then? Naruto was having trouble breathing, but those words got through to him. He wouldn't be able to say that. Your father had many enemies. Enemies that may have sought vengeance upon his son had they learned you existed. That is why I couldn't tell you, but you are a shinobi now. Keeping secrets is a part of this life. Why? Naruto's breath hitched as he spoke. Why would he? Did he know what I was going to go through? I'm sure he did, Hiruzen said, closing his eyes. Then how could he do this? Naruto roared, in rage, sorrow and pain. So many emotions flying through him. For many reasons. One was simply this. Hiruzen looked him in the eye. Because as Hokage, he couldn't ask another to carry a burden, to make a sacrifice that he was not willing to. To be Hokage means to protect all in this village, to serve as a pillar of support for everyone, and mark the road for its people to follow. And also, knowing the man, I believe it was because he felt there was no one he could trust more to use that power for the best in you, rather than succumbing to it or resentment, than his own son. Because he believed in you. Tears began to flow from Naruto's eyes. He buried his face in his sleeve and wiped them away. So many conflicting thoughts filled his mind. He didn't know what to think of the fourth. His father. Part of him wanted to blame him for all that he had been through. Another part understood what the old man was saying. And another felt his heart swell at the idea that his father had faith in him. If he could meet the man now, he'd probably punch him in the gut, then hug him and not let go. He heard the Hokage rise to his feet and looked up to see him a few feet away with his back to him. There is more, Hiruzen said, and Naruto could only do his best to ready himself after that revelation, even as his eyes still shimmered. First, there are things you need to know. Things that are common knowledge in most villages but were kept from the recent generation here in Konoha in the hope that you would not be treated differently by your peers. The Kyuubi was not the only one of its kind. The blonde couldn't help but take in a soft gasp at that. It is the strongest of 9 beasts, entities of pure chakra-made flesh known as the Biju. The Biju are immortal. Should they be killed, their chakra will merely disperse and eventually reform. For that reason, and in some cases to harness their power, the 9 are sealed into humans. Humans that exhibit immense reserves of chakra and often some of the beasts' powers as a result. People like you are known as Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. Naruto echoed the term. Hiruzen turned to him with a nod. Jinchuriki are by some regarded as their village's secret and greatest weapons. It is a lifelong status, for you see, if the Biju is removed from its container, the Jinchuriki will die. It is important you know that, for you see, your mother was the Kyuubi's previous Jinchuriki. What? But then she must have known what he would go through. But wait, that didn't make sense with what he'd been told about her before. But, Naruto struggled, so much going on in his head at the moment. Kakashi told me she held the Kyuubi down for my dad to seal it. So how could she have? The third Hokage nodded. The vitality of the Uzumaki is an amazing thing. Strong enough even to allow a Jinchuriki to survive being separated from their Biju. But while they may initially survive, the damage is mortal. Your mother lived past the beast's removal, but she was not long for this world. He then looked to the blonde in sympathy, walking forward and placing a hand on his shoulder. I understand that this is a lot to take in. Your father placed a heavy burden on your shoulders. But know this, I can tell you from having known them as well as I did. Your father loved your mother, with all his heart. He did not care about the beast sealed within her. And it would not have affected how he would have looked at you. He allowed a moment of silence at a sniffle from Naruto. And as for your mother, she would not have allowed your father to seal the Kyuubi within you without good reason, though I can only speculate as to what that reason is. But that is a discussion for another time. How did the Kyuubi escape? Hiruzen breathed deeply. When a female Jinchuriki becomes pregnant, part of the chakra that would normally maintain the seal instead nurtures the child. And during birth, it's at its absolute weakest. That said, the seal can fairly easily be maintained by a master of the sealing arts. Minato had been trained by Kushina herself. He rivaled the Uzumaki's vaunted skill in the field, so it should have been well within his abilities to keep the Kyuubi from breaking free. As for how it happened, as I said, I can only speculate. Though as silence as Naruto thought of all he'd learned before he asked a single question. What were they like? Both of them. How did they meet? And what can you tell me about my clan? Hiruzen smiled, clearly happy to tell him. Wearing the same brooding or cool as his Sakura and his former classmates would put it, expression he usually wore. Sasuke made his way up the stairs to his home. Well, where he lived anyway. It didn't feel like home. He hadn't felt at home since that night all those years ago, where he lost everything. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, taking his shoes off in the entranceway, and began to walk towards the small kitchen area. He stopped for a brief moment and looked out the window. There was a reason he chose this place when looking for an apartment. He could just barely see it from here. The district that his clan once called home. Rows upon rows of empty houses. Shops where his clansmen would sell weapons or prepare meals and snacks with closely guarded recipes. They had been a small village unto themselves, within Konoha. His family had once been that large. And it had been empty for nearly a decade. Tearing his eyes away, he continued his journey, reaching the kitchen and pulling out the ingredients to make onigiri. He was still more than a little irritated by Naruto's victory over the ice user. He didn't envy Naruto for having killed their opponent, not that he blamed him either. Much as he might not like the blonde, he would have felt the same if he hadn't made it in time and thought the masked boy had killed him. The revelations since then had been rather shocking. So, the dead last was the survivor of a once great clan, like himself. And the son of the fourth Hokage no less. It hadn't been hard to put the pieces together on that once he realized the only reason to keep quiet about his father's identity was if he had enemies. But he was still trying to wrap around it. Specifically, the fact that no one had noticed. Or at least no one noticed and said or did anything. He was observant enough to have noted that a lot of the blonde's behavior was the result of how he was treated, not the other way around. Once he knew that his parents' identity was a secret, it had seemed so obvious. There weren't that many big names that had anything in common with Naruto. All shinobi who had served under the man or worked alongside him. And no one even suspected. You'd think at least a few people who knew his father well would have reached out to him when he was treated like a pariah. And why was he treated like that, anyway? Yeah, there was something fishy there, but he didn't have enough information to figure out what. He finished cooking and sat down at his table, silently eating the meal. He rarely wasted his time with the television, despite the decent one sitting against the wall at the side of his bed. Well, the blonde's heritage hardly mattered to him. That was something he'd admit he had in common with Naruto. You had to earn respect yourself. Unless he started showing the talents his clan or his father was known for, it wouldn't change his view of him. Interesting to know, but that was about it. After finishing his meal and then the cleanup after, he went to his room to prepare for a shower. As he did, he spied the only real personal effect in the house. The picture Team 7 took on the day they officially became a team. Kakashi smiling as he ruffled his and Naruto's hair, Naruto glaring at him and Sakura smiling at the front. He thought of what his sensei had told them after the final battle in Wave and briefly thought of his mother. That their mothers had been friends and had wanted them to be in turn. That he didn't know what to think about. Sakura had spent most of her time in her room since she got home. A brief detour to the kitchen to pick up a snack, a lackluster greeting to her parents, a shower, and then straight to bed where she stared at the ceiling. And there she remained, her thoughts a jumbled mess of self-depreciation. In doing so, you saved an impoverished nation from a dark fate and granted them new hope. The words of Lord Third ran through her mind. Not only that, but you rekindled the wills of its downtrodden people. For this, you should be proud, as I am to call you shinobi of this village. But I didn't do anything, she thought. It was all Sasuke and Naruto. I can't even say I guarded Tsunade. The one time he needed protecting it was from Zabuza. I may as well not have even been there. What had she been thinking back in the academy? Doing the absolute minimum of training so she could focus on her looks. Relying on academics to get her through in a profession where life and death battles were normal. She couldn't remember if she'd ever considered that that would mean her teammates would have to carry her. That she would weigh them down when a screw-up could get them all killed. Stupid. So stupid. And she hadn't been a good teammate to them, had she? She'd put Naruto down at every opportunity. Sure, he was annoying but still. And Sasuke. All she wanted right now was for him to smile at her. For him to feel as strongly for her as she had for him. But why would he? She'd let him know how she felt every chance she got, but had she ever helped or been there for him? Hell, she hadn't even considered that he was an orphan. She'd never done anything but fawned over him continuously. Isn't that more or less what Naruto did with her sometimes? Did he find that as annoying as she did? Suddenly she wasn't so annoyed at Naruto's crush. Not because she at all returned it, mind you, but because she was suddenly wondering why anyone would feel that way about her with how she acted. There was a knock on the door. Sakura, are you okay? Her mother's voice came through. I'm fine, Mom, Sakura answered, lied back. It must have been clear in her voice because her mother cracked open the door. Green eyes a darker shade than her own peeked into the room, a look of concern on her face. Her mother stood just short of 5 feet 7 inches and had short, straight blonde hair that ended in a flare at her shoulders. She wore more or less a white version of Sakura's kipao dress and white sandals. She looked fit, as most kunoichi did, although she had long since stopped taking missions and more or less taken on civilian life, as her husband had. No surprise there. Sakura was grateful for that because her parents. They weren't very good ninja, not that that wasn't the leaf calling the grass green. Case in point, neither had ever even made chunin. Her mother stepped into the room, looked at her daughter, and sighed. Yeah, I'm not buying it. She walked over and sat down on the bed. Sakura, you've been blue ever since you got home. Don't try to tell me you haven't. Something happened on that mission, what was it? It's nothing. Sakura denied, rolling to her side away from her mother. Leave me alone. Oh dear, I was afraid this day would come. Mebuki said, putting a hand to her face and shaking her head. Sakura, you're becoming a teenager. Her daughter just scoffed. The woman looked to the ceiling sadly. Whatever happened to the little girl who would tell me everything when she got home? It seems like just yesterday I was holding you while you were crying about the other kids poking fun at that cute forehead of yours. Or you told me about how happy you were that you finally made a friend, or... I get it, Mom. Ah see, that's more like it. Mebuki smiled at needling a reaction from her daughter. She placed a hand on her arm. Now look, I was a child once too. And I may not have gone very far, but I am a kunoichi. I know how hard the shinobi life can hit you when you're just starting out. So tell me what happened. A few moments of silence passed as Sakura thought about whether or not to say anything. Finally, she responded, it just. Some things that got me thinking is all. Like, have I been wasting my time and... She trailed off. Oh boy, I know that feeling. Mebuki shook her head and then called out. Kazashi. I think our daughter's taken one of those long hard looks at herself. Oh, looked into the mirror, has she? Her father's good-natured voice called back. In a few moments, he joined them. Well, that's no reflection on her, I do it all the time. Dad, Sakura groaned in exasperation. Soon, Kakashi joined them. Her father was a man who stood just over 6 feet with blue eyes and dull pink hair, which he styled into her namesake cherry blossoms. He had a bit of stubble and sideburns that flowed into an angular mustache. He wore a simple green obi, burgundy-colored pants, and a silver necklace with a pink cherry blossom design. He gave his daughter a kind smile as he sat down on the opposite end of the bed as her mother. "So, what did you see that's got you so down? And what brought it on in the first place?" her mother added. She sighed, knowing they weren't going to leave her alone, and so she caved. She told them everything. Of how she'd secretly agreed with Naruto about being fed up with the tediousness of D-rank missions. How glad she'd been to receive their first C rank. The attack of those two Chunin and the revelation that it was far more dangerous than advertised. Their decision to press on and their first encounter with Zabuza, revealing to them just how deep in it they were. The masked boy. Life in Wave. And finally, the events on the bridge. Her parents had mostly stayed quiet. Although, they'd expressed anger at Kakashi-sensei deciding not to cancel the mission and come back. She didn't hold it against him. Everything had turned out alright for the most part, and who knows how things in Wave would have gone down if they'd assumed it was only a B-rank job and sent a bunch of Chunin. They had been surprised that Naruto had been the hero of the day. His plan to free their sensei, once again all Naruto and Sasuke she just stood there and watched. How determined he'd been after hearing Inari's story. How he'd inspired the people of Wave and brought them out of despair. The apparent death of Sasuke, the real death of the masked boy, and how he'd reacted to it all. She'd seen them exchanging looks she couldn't read a few times. "Well, first let me say good riddance to this Gato," Mebuki said, her face wrinkled in disgust at what the man had done. Here, her father wholeheartedly agreed. He then smiled at her as he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Now, why does all this have you looking so glum? You helped save a nation. On your first real mission, no less. You should be celebrating." "No, I didn't," Sakura said dully. "I didn't do anything. I just stood guard of Tsunade. It was all Sasuke, Naruto and Kakashi-sensei." "You don't think guarding the client's an important job?" Mebuki asked in a deadpan as if she thought she was being stupid. "Not when I couldn't have protected him if my life depended on it," she said before grimacing slightly. "Which it would have," she added before looking away. "If the masked kid or even those two Chunin we fought on the road had gotten past everyone else, I wouldn't have lasted 2 seconds. And the only time Tsunade was attacked it was Zabuza. We'd be dead if Kakashi-sensei hadn't saved us. What good's a guard who can't even protect herself?" She sighed deeply as all the fights ran through her mind again. Naruto and Sasuke saved Kakashi-sensei when Zabuza had him trapped. They fought the masked kid. Kakashi-sensei protected Tsunade the one time he needed it. Naruto inspired the people of Wave to stand up. I couldn't do anything. I can't even say I've ever helped them. All I've ever done is put Naruto down and fawn over Sasuke. And I can't even do that right. I mouthed off about Naruto being an orphan. In front of Sasuke. Her mother's grimace told her she agreed with how bad that was. I'm not a good ninja. Or a good person, am I? Sakura. Kakashi began, but her mother cut him off. Well, if we're being honest. It was pretty low of you to break off your friendship with that Ino girl after she stood up for you. Mebuki began with a hand on her chin, earning a light glare from her husband. Sakura sat up and frowned at her mother. Are you going to tell me Sasuke isn't worth it? She dared her mother to tell her that true love wasn't something worth fighting over. Instead, her mother just made a single quiet laugh and gave her a lopsided grin. So she's a rival for the boy you like. Friendly rivalries are a thing, you know. Oh, yeah, that's true, wasn't it? She'd seen them in some of the stories she'd read and on TV shows. So, she'd broken the only real friendship she'd had, with a girl who defended her from bullies when they first met, for nothing. Yep, another mark on the tally of proof Sakura Haruno is a terrible person. But, you're missing something very important here. Mebuki continued looking at her seriously before smiling and placing a hand on her head. Sakura, you're a child. Exactly. You're barely in your teens. Kakashi agreed. Children make stupid mistakes. It's what you do. What we did when we were that age. The important thing is that you recognize them, learn from them and do what you can to make up for them. He smiled at her. None of that is anything you can't fix or make up for, right? I guess not. Then try to figure out what you need to work on. What she needed to work on. The things she'd need to fix or make up for. She had some thinking to do. Kakashi sat at a table in his home, his head resting on his hand. He hummed quietly and thought as he closed his eye. He hadn't done a good job of leading those kids, had he? They hadn't been ready for that. Well, that was pretty obvious. He'd had to teach them the tree climbing exercise mid-mission. He was proud of them for having made it through but was under no delusions that it wasn't a close call. Everything Lord Third had said to him was something he'd realized when they'd thought Sasuke was dead on the bridge. This was the first time he'd led a team of apprentices. He hadn't been on a team like this since he was under a Jonin sensei himself. Perhaps he'd been too hands-off when it came to training them. Had he been expecting too much when he decided to push on? Well, hindsight was 20/20, as they say. The more important part was what was he going to do about it now. He'd need to step up their training. The Chunin exams were coming up and he wanted to enter them, which meant he'd need to work fast. Hopefully, what happened in Wave would be a wake-up call for them too. He'd need to think of how best to nurture their talents. He'd need to get some litmus paper to check for their elements. Sakura was clearly dealing with feelings of inadequacy. Hopefully, her parents would help with that. She was more likely to open up to them. But if it continued on, he'd step in. With any luck, it would help push her to actually apply herself. With her chakra control and her academic prowess, she had the makings of a great medical ninja and genjutsu specialist. But that was something of a problem for him. His genjutsu skills were a step above decent, but he was no master. His proficiency in that art beyond the basics came mainly from his Sharingan. As for medical ninjutsu, that would take too long with the time frame he was working with. Well, maybe not medical ninjutsu itself, but the knowledge that came with it could be useful. Anatomy, pressure points, and of course the art of making poisons and antidotes. Those were things she could work on by herself that would help her. Not to mention improve her ability to handle simple injuries in the meantime. It was a far cry from having a medic on the team, but it could still save lives or turn a potential failure into a success. He'd also need to pick up some scrolls on genjutsu for her. The only genjutsu specialist he knew was currently leading a team of her own. She needed a lot of work on the physical aspects of combat. And he'd need to work out what kind of style would best suit her. If she decided to pursue medical ninjutsu later, probably something centered around dodging. Sasuke. Well, in his case he didn't need anyone to push him. Just some more guidance. And Naruto. Well, after thinking about it a bit, he believed he had the perfect idea to take advantage of his natural attributes. And his impromptu plan to save him from Zabuza, not to mention learning the shadow clone jutsu in only a few hours, showed that he had untapped talent. He'd need some brushing up in every category, but his strategy should help that immensely. He'd probably want to explore his clan's talent too. He could help with that. But the chains, he couldn't help him there. He knew some of what they could do but had no idea how to do any of it, and it was all far beyond Naruto's current level anyway. The best he could do there is help improve Naruto's control of chakra, and he'd be doing that for all of them anyway. And when he thought about it, he really should have been there more for the kid. For his sensei's son, he knew what it was like to be an orphan. Knew how the villagers would treat him in the wake of the Kyuubi attack. But he'd been too busy dealing with his own losses and pouring himself into his work as a coping mechanism. He recalled how Minato-sensei had tried so many different tactics to help pull him from that same mentality after his last teammate's death. He would be so disappointed. Right, he had a lot to make up for. So, help with their elements. Push Sakura to train and study the body and poisons. Work on Naruto's knowledge and improve their taijutsu. Help Sasuke with the Sharingan and help Naruto improve his skill with the chains as best he could. Okay, he had a plan. He made a note of which stores to visit for the supplies he needed. At least tomorrow he'd have a reason to be late. Naruto sat on the roof of his apartment complex, staring at the face of the fourth Hokage's monument. His father's face. He still had conflicting emotions about that, but they'd mostly settled. He couldn't say he completely understood or forgave him, but he chose to believe what Hiruzen did. That his father had trusted him. He looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. The only thing that Hiruzen had given him, given the secret around his parents. A picture of his mother. A slender woman with long red hair that Hiruzen told him was common for their clan and violet eyes. Fair skin as opposed to his own. But he could see he got his face from her. She wore a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a green dress. She was smiling widely, a hand on her hip and a fist pumped in the air. It was a warm feeling, knowing that his parents had loved him, especially after he'd learned about the Kyuubi. But in a way it hurt more, knowing now just what had been taken from him. Hiruzen had told him how excited they'd been when they'd found out they would be parents. How much they'd cared for each other. And he'd never gotten to meet them. The fourth Hokage. That brought him back to something else that had been weighing on his mind. To be Hokage means to protect all in this village, to serve as a pillar of support for everyone, and mark the road for its people to follow. Well, his father and the old man certainly did that. The third, who had once told him that everyone in this village was his family. Who did everything he could to be there for him and everyone else. His father, who gave everything for this village, he had a long way to go. What would his parents see if they saw him now? What kind of example was he setting for others to follow? Right. Well, no better time than the present to get started. Pocketing the picture of his mother and giving one last look to the Hokage monument, he silently went inside. He walked down the stairs and made his way to his apartment, turning the key and opening the door. He looked around and grimaced. Trash, everywhere. Flies around the appliances. Fridge probably half filled with spoiled goods. He'd tried to take care of the place when he was younger, but all too often he'd find himself too downhearted by the villagers' looks or something his teacher did to bother. Put that together with the fact that no one ever visited him aside from Iruka and the old man, who usually took him out, and at some point he'd just stopped caring. The old man had told him a lot about his father. He said that he'd been meticulous. He'd be pretty embarrassed if he knew this was how his son lived, huh? To say nothing of what his mother would say. He shivered as one story that the old man had shared in particular came to him. The story of how the other kids had teased his mother relentlessly about how her round face and red hair when she was in the academy. They said it made her look like a tomato. They kept this up until she snapped and beat the ever-loving crap out of all of them, her red hair whipping in every direction like a demon's. And that was before she'd had the fox sealed inside of her. That event had earned her a new nickname, the red-hot-blooded habanero. He had a feeling that if she could see this, he'd be on the receiving end of that temper. Yeah, that would be a decent enough first step. Now that he thought about it, living like this couldn't be a good idea, could it? He put his hands together in a cross-shaped sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a burst of smoke, 5 copies of his appeared. Alright guys, you know what to do. And with cheers of agreement, Naruto and his clones got to cleaning up the mess he'd been living in for the last half-decade. Why am I not surprised? Naruto ground out as he leaned back against the wooden pole, staring at the sky above. Here he was with Sasuke and Sakura at the 3rd training ground. The place where Team 7 had officially formed. And the place where Kakashi Sensei had told them they'd be meeting today. As per usual, it was well over an hour past when he said they'd meet, and the man was nowhere in sight. How is this fair? He tells us to meet him and keeps us waiting every day. Sakura yelled in frustration. Sasuke meanwhile remained silent as he leaned against one of the 3 logs sticking up from the ground. Naruto was glad to see that a night at home seemed to have done Sakura some good. She seemed to be back to her energetic old self for the most part. He'd been worrying about her. I wish he didn't have us meet in different places every time. Then I could set something up to get back at him for leaving us hanging, Naruto growled, crossing his arms before he grinned at Sakura. Say, think he'd agree if we invited him for ramen or something. I bet I could come up with something good if I put my mind to it. I wouldn't try it, Sakura answered back. After seeing what he's like in the field. I get the feeling he was just humoring us with that eraser thing. I doubt he'd really fall for something like that. Naruto clicked his tongue. Yeah, you're probably right. Next time I'm bringing a book or something, Sakura growled, hands on her hips as she began to tap her foot. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I happen to have brought a few books for you. Kakashi's voice rang out, causing the genin to look to the river behind them. Kakashi appeared in a burst of smoke, giving them his ice smile and a wave. Sorry I'm late, I had to help a kid find his lost pet. Your excuses suck, Sensei. Naruto deadpanned while Sakura raised a trembling fist in the silver-haired man's direction. Then what he said clicked, and she was caught flat-footed. Wait, you've got a book for me? She asked, looking at him in confusion. Among other things, Kakashi replied as his sole visible eye roamed over his students. I feel I may have taken a bit too much of a laissez-faire approach to training you. His gaze settled on Naruto. In all honesty, I should have taught you the tree climbing exercise, and more, quite a bit before we took that mission to wave. He then smiled again and pulled out a small sheet of paper, holding it between two fingers. So, from here on out, we'll be taking fewer missions and doing more training. Kakashi-sensei. What's that? Sakura asked, clearly as lost as he was on what a sheet of paper would do for them. Oh, this is known as chakra induction paper. Kakashi told them. It's used to test one's elemental affinity. While you can learn how to use any element, everyone has one they have a natural inclination for. That one will be more powerful and easier for them to use. All you have to do is channel your chakra into this paper. And at that moment, the paper suddenly crinkled in his hand. And voila! How it reacts tells you the holder's affinity. Mine's lightning, so the paper wrinkles. With the water element, it gets wet. Fire, it burns to ash. Earth it turns to dirt, and with wind, it'll split in two. Cool. So you're going to use that to figure out what kind of jutsu to teach us? Naruto asked excitedly. That more than made up for him being late. That's right. Kakashi nodded. Oh, incidentally, a little tidbit you might want to know. You need to have mastered a minimum of 2 elements to qualify to become a jonin. A bit far off, but it's something to keep in mind if you don't want to stop at chunin. Now, let's get started. The jonin held out 3 sheets of paper. The genin stepped forward, joining Kakashi at the river's edge, and took 1 slip of paper each. They paused, staring at their sheets for a few moments, before one by one channeling chakra into them. Sasuke's was first, burning to ash. Sakura's crumbled away while Naruto's split in half. Well, looks like Naruto and Sakura have the wind and earth affinities. Sasuke's fire is no surprise, that's the norm for the Uchiha clan. Kakashi noted. It's fitting from what I've seen of your styles. Wind is an offense-oriented element, known for cutting and piecing foes, though you can also project solid walls of wind for defense. It's also very effective when combined with fire. Wind will feed the flames and intensify them. Earth, on the other hand, is pretty balanced. You can make blunt force or piercing stones, summon walls of earth, and traverse the ground for sneak attacks. It offers a wide range of possibilities. Ah yeah, we're going to kicking ass and taking names. Naruto grinned widely, punching an open palm. But before we start on that, we'll be working on improving your chakra control. Huh, again? Yes, proper control of your chakra is important. In fact, it's likely why you kept failing in the academy. Kakashi replied. Wait, what? Naruto asked in confusion. Kakashi nodded. The more chakra you have, the more difficult it is to control. While it gives you a lot of stamina, you waste a lot of extra energy on techniques. Worse, some techniques, like the clone jutsu, for example, and genjutsu in general, require refined chakra control or have pretty strict requirements. Overload them, and they won't work at all. His gaze then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke possesses an exceptional amount of chakra for your age. He then turned to Naruto. But you, by any standards, the amount of chakra you possess are enormous. For a brief moment Naruto was excited to hear that. Then that withered on the vine as he remembered why he had so much chakra. Sakura raised a brow beside him before she turned to her sensei. So, the reason Naruto kept failing the academy's test is that he couldn't control his chakra well enough to use the clone jutsu. Because he has so much of it? Sakura asked, seeming to wonder how much chakra he had for that to be the case from how she was looking at him. That's right. He likely would have passed the normal way had someone thought to take him aside and help him refine his chakra control. Kakashi replied. But, I've thought of a way to take advantage of that. Naruto, have you ever noticed that you remember things you shouldn't when you use the shadow clone jutsu? Huh. Naruto hummed in thought, crossing his arms as he racked his brain for what his sensei could mean. Okay, maybe a demonstration is in order. And with that, he created a single shadow clone that immediately began to walk off into the nearby forest. Naruto, create a shadow clone of your own and have it follow mine. The blonde did so, and they waited. So, what are we waiting? Naruto blinked as thoughts came rushing to him. Sasuke frowned while Sakura looked curious. What is it? She asked. My clone beat Kakashi in rock paper scissors. Right, Kakashi said. You see, when a shadow clone disperses, no matter how that is, its remaining chakra and all of its memories return to the user. Naruto probably would have noticed had he used the clones in any way other than having them work or fight alongside him. If my theory is right, then this should apply to accumulated experience as well. Meaning, if you have 5 shadow clones working with you on learning a new skill, you should progress 5 times faster. Naruto began to raise a cheer in excitement. But there's a catch. That caused Naruto to stop. The mental fatigue will carry over too. And if you spread your chakra too thin, you won't be able to accomplish anything. You're probably the only one here who can take full advantage of this training, and it'll probably leave you barely on your feet. Well, I'm up for it. This was great. With this, he'd catch up to Sasuke in no time. Actually, now that I think about it, Sakura might be able to make use of this too. Kakashi put a hand on his chin. All 3 were surprised. Even Sasuke raised his brows before looking at Sakura in confusion. Sakura seemed perplexed. She then began frantically waving her hands in front of her. Whoa, what are you talking about, sensei? I don't have that much chakra. You don't, Kakashi affirmed, and Sakura stopped moving. In fact, with the amount of chakra you have, I'd normally recommend you not use this jutsu at all and certainly not for training. The pink-haired girl seemed to deflate at that. But as I said, I have some reading material for you. Or maybe homework would be a good way to put it. With that, Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his flak jacket and kneeled down, unfurling it on the ground before placing a hand on the seal at the center of the paper. In a burst of smoke, several books and scrolls appeared. Sakura, looking at your talents, I believe you have excellent potential for medical ninjutsu, as well as genjutsu. Really? Yes. Both require fine chakra control, which you seem to have a gift for. The latter requires you have a deep understanding of chemicals in the body, which should be right up your alley given your academic record. Now, I'm no specialist, but I can help you with genjutsu. Medical ninjutsu, on the other hand, is not something I have any experience in. And quite frankly, it would take too long for you to explore on the deadline I'm looking at. At his genin's quizzical gaze, he added, more on that later. Anyway, while medical ninjutsu might be out of the question now, the knowledge that goes with it, anatomy, pressure points, and with them where and how to hit someone for maximum effect, how to identify and create poisons and antidotes. That could be helpful. Hence, your homework. With that, he gestured to the books before him. I want you to study these while at home. The shadow clone jutsu might be useful on that front since you'll only be studying and won't use any chakra. His voice became harsher as his gaze sharpened, carrying an authority they hadn't heard outside of the battles with Zabuza. Let me stress that you are not to use this technique outside of studying. Not in training and definitely not in the field. And don't use more than one clone. With the amount of chakra you have, you'd run the risk of dangerous levels of chakra exhaustion. Sakura shivered slightly, and Naruto didn't blame her. He knew enough to know chakra exhaustion was dangerous stuff. Don't worry. I understand, sensei. Good. Well, I guess I'll be teaching you the technique then. Kakashi said with a shrug. All right, we'll be working on a more advanced chakra control exercise for the first hour of training. And with that, he turned away and walked towards the river. Naruto's eyes widened as he stepped on the water's surface and walked across it as if it was solid ground. Oh yeah, he remembered his sensei and Zabuza fighting on the water the first time. They were going to learn that. Awesome. You'll be learning to walk on water for the next hour. Afterward, we'll be working on your taijutsu skills. Naruto, I want you to create 8 clones. I want 3 to accompany you in this exercise. 4 will get started on wind element training, and the last will be brushing up on things you clearly need a refresher course on from the academy. Let's see how well you handle that before we consider moving on to adding to that number. Naruto nodded and did as he was told. In a burst of smoke, 8 doppelgangers appeared around him. In short order, they were all working on their assigned tasks. The 3 genin stood at the edge of the river, looking determined. Okay, now I want you to run onto the water, using your chakra to repel it and keep from falling into the river. You're going to feel the difference between this and tree climbing very quickly. The shifting surface of the water will force you to adjust your chakra by the moment, or you'll fall in. Stop and focus on keeping above the water when you feel you have to, but try to get as far as you can, okay? And, go. The 3 immediately took off running. The moment Naruto's foot touched the water, he immediately knew what Kakashi had been talking about. He could feel the way it moved under his feet, the way his soles would waver between standing solidly and being dragged under by gravity. And the whole thing threw his sense of balance out the window. He made it 3 steps before he had to stop, holding out his arms to keep upright as he struggled to maintain control. Sasuke made it a lot farther. 8 steps before he came to a near standstill. Even so, he kept moving, fighting to keep standing before taking one quick step forward. Sakura made it even farther, though she was forced to walk. She even managed to stay steady. Almost. Naruto lasted about 10 seconds before he slipped into the water with a splash. 5 hours later, training for the day had been complete, and the 3 genin were on the ground. Naruto had fallen onto his butt and leaned back, propping himself up with his hands, his shoulders heaving as he panted heavily. He was sore all over. Kakashi had hit him hard whenever he'd made a mistake. And he'd made a lot of mistakes. Sakura was lying on her back a ways away, staring listlessly at the sky where she'd fallen at the end of her own training session. Sasuke sat on one of the posts, an arm on his knee. He had mostly recovered, the only sign of his own training beating being the scuffles on his clothes. Kakashi's taijutsu session had been grueling. He'd had them come at him one by one, making sure to hammer in every flaw in their fighting style. Naruto had been the last, and his fighting style had overall needed the most work. Kakashi had said Naruto fought more like a brawler than a trained shinobi, not really even having a fighting style at all. Still, he had the trained reflexes shinobi were known for, and strength and speed to make up for it. He winced as he looked over at Sakura, lying on the ground. Sakura didn't even have that much going for her. Oh, she fought with a style. But it was pretty clear she hadn't done much practice, and her physical abilities were. Well, Kakashi had said subpar. That was the kindest way he could put it. She'd gotten the worst of this first session. All right, I think I have a good idea of what you need to work on, Kakashi said, nodded to himself. Good work. Let's call it a day. Wait a minute, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto interjected, his breathing starting to calm. What is it? Naruto took a breath and rose to his feet, looking at his sensei with determination. I was wondering, can you teach me sealing jutsu? Ah, you want to try out your clan's art? Kakashi asked rhetorically before thinking about it. Well, I'm not sure you're suited for it. Just because your clan excelled in it doesn't necessarily mean you will. Naruto deflated a bit at that. But we won't know until we try. I was just waiting for you to ask, to be honest. Now the blonde looked up in excitement. It's a bit more involved, so we'll handle it more like a tutoring session. I'll come by your place a few hours after we've trained, give you time to cool off, and then we'll see what you can do. Keep in mind there's going to be a lot of reading involved, but I'll try to make more practical exercises since you seem to learn better by doing. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Iruka made his way up the familiar stairs that led to Naruto's apartment. The sun had made it 3/4 of the way across the sky to the horizon. The Chunin figured that by now, Naruto would be back from training or a mission. He'd been worried about his former student after what he heard happened on his should have been an A-rank mission. That had surprised him, especially when he'd learned that they'd found out the client had lied midway to wave and kept going anyway. He'd wanted to tear into Kakashi for that one. Taking experienced genin on a B rank or even A rank mission was one thing, but green ones who'd never been on a mission that wasn't basically a chore. But he hadn't. He was sure that anything he had to say, the third had already said. The fact that he'd learned that Naruto had had his first kill was a far more pressing concern on his mind. Reaching the blonde's apartment, Iruka knocked on the door. "Naruto, you there?" He waited for a few seconds, then he heard the latch click. Naruto opened the door and smiled up at his former sensei. "Hey, Iruka-sensei. Good to see you." Iruka chuckled. "Same to you, Naruto." He then looked past the blonde, and his eyebrows rose. What had once been something of a pigsty had now decently clean. Not perfect, but a vast improvement on what was there before. The trash had been picked up, no signs of leftover food, the sink was clear. Huh, looks like someone finally decided to do some picking up around the house. Naruto chuckled, smiling widely as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, it was kinda gross, huh? This was a good sign. The blonde seemed to be in high spirits, as usual. The scarred Chunin knew Kakashi would help him through processing it and that some time had passed, but he knew from personal experience that this kind of thing lingered with you. Plus, it had been a while since he saw his favorite student. Well, I'm glad to see you took some initiative on it, Iruka replied before pointing his thumb behind him. You up for some ramen? You know it. Ah, Lord Third told you about the Uzumaki clan. Iruka asked, blinking in surprise as he and Naruto sat at the blonde's favorite ramen stand. You knew. Naruto responded in shock. The instructor could only rub the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, sorry. Kind of slipped my mind. People don't really like talking about the Uzumaki clan after what happened. He really only knew vague details. What he did know, everyone who was an active shinobi at the time felt they shouldn't have missed the attack that destroyed the ill-fated village. They considered their failure to save them a disgrace and didn't like being reminded of it. It wasn't a taboo subject, but it was close enough that it wouldn't occur to most to bring it up. Himself included. He couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed of that. Learning he had a heritage to live up to might have lit a fire in the boy and compelled him to train harder. Yeah, the old man told me that. Naruto said, trailing off and staring into the steaming bowl before him. Iruka's face fell. He imagined it was a mixed feeling, finding out he came from a big family with a legacy to live up to after being on his own for so long. But at the same time, he found out they were gone and that he wasn't likely to meet any of them. Feeling now was as good a time as any to broach the subject, Iruka asked, so, how are you holding up? After the mission, I mean. Naruto flinched slightly, clearly guessing what he meant. Alright, I guess. From what Kakashi-sensei told me, anyway. He looked to his former sensei. Is it normal to have nightmares after all this time? Yeah, Iruka trailed off before asking. Want to talk about it? Naruto proceeded to give him a more detailed account of what happened during the mission. The Chunin grimaced as he thought about it. Yeah, he can definitely understand seeing red at the death of a comrade. He knew the blonde must be beating himself up after finding out the boy faked it and meant to spare them all along. Given who his master was, you couldn't have known he'd do that. I mean, he followed someone who killed 100 academy students when he was just a boy. I know, Naruto responded. Iruka sighed. But knowing that doesn't make you feel better. Yeah, I understand. There was a moment of silence before Naruto spoke again. I don't know when I felt worse. When I really realized I'd killed that guy when he'd only faked killing Sasuke, or when I thought Sasuke was dying in my arms because I'd been stupid. Just be thankful your teammate's still alive, Iruka advised. That situation could have turned out any number of ways, some a lot worse than others. Yeah, I know. There was a moment of silence before Iruka broke it. So, how have things been going with your team since then? Naruto smiled. Pretty good, I guess. Sasuke's the same as always, but I think he talks even less than he did before. Sakura hasn't yelled at me for the last few weeks. Kakashi-sensei's been training us harder. He really worked us into the ground today. We were all beat when we went home, but he's still late every day. It's crazy. What could he be doing that takes so much time? I don't know him that well, but he's got a reputation for being late whenever he can afford to be. My suggestion, take something light you can do that won't tire you out for whatever he's got in mind to every meeting. Iruka said. Naruto frowned before shrugging. Better than waiting around for Kakashi Sensei every day. And with that, he went back to his bowl, drinking down the last of it. He sighed as he set it down, only for another to be placed in front of him. Huh. Figured you could use another. You usually go for a few rounds. Chuki said, smiling at his favorite customer. I happened to overhear you had a rough time of it, so this one's on the house. Thanks, old man Chuki. Haha, don't mention it. The old man replied with a hearty laugh. And don't shy away if you're feeling down, okay? Ayame added. We may not be shinobi, but we're here if you need to talk, okay? Iruka smiled, thankful for the reminder that some cared for the blonde. Sakura looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes determined. She'd thought long and hard on her father's advice, on what she needed to work on and make up for. There was still a lot she needed to figure out. But she had a good starting point. The first thing that had come to her mind was her team. So far, she hadn't really contributed anything besides taking up some of the work on D-rank missions. She'd done a bit to help Naruto when he was dealing with the aftermath of the battle on the bridge, but that was massively outweighed by how she'd put him down before. She'd never really done anything for Sasuke. And if they were to go on any dangerous mission now, even in actual C rank, she knew she'd probably just slow them down. That had to change. Being there for them would be tough. Sakura didn't even know where to begin, but it was easy enough to not yell at Naruto for every little thing. Of course, he hadn't actually done anything to annoy her lately. But still, she just had to keep in mind to be kinder and more considerate to Naruto and more supportive of both of them. Really supportive, not just toting when it came to Sasuke. And she needed to stop being dead weight. And that meant she needed to train. Kakashi had taken to teaching them how to fight more effectively. And, wow, had he hammered into her head how much work she needed. But it wouldn't be enough to just train her skills, she needed to be faster. Stronger. And that meant some personal training. The books Kakashi had given her were lying on her bed. She'd get started on that later tonight. Unfortunately, she didn't have the shadow clone jutsu down yet, but she was sure she would soon enough. For now, she needed to exercise. But where to start? Sakura considered her options for a moment before deciding to try out a ninja tool shop. They'd have to have something that would help speed things up, and maybe some advice if it was run by an actual ninja. She nodded to herself and made her way to the door. Once outside, she considered where she should start. She knew the weapon shop she used was probably a no-go, as she knew it was run by civilians. They might be able to help her, but she still thought a ninja-run shop would be her best bet. She remembered a shop she used to pass by on her way to the academy and decided to try that one out first. No luck, the shop owner knew his tools but didn't have much advice for training beyond the standard. So she continued her search. 2 shops later and Sakura hadn't found much other than disappointment. They had, in fact, been run by civilians, and so they hadn't had much advice for her on where to start. They did at least offer quality gear, but she'd had a decent supply of weapons, so that hadn't offered her anything. She could only hope this one would have what she was looking for. As the door creaked open, she heard a voice within the store. Yo, Tenji, is my order in yet? The pink-haired girl stepped inside the store to see a slightly older girl standing at the counter, talking to the shop owner. She was a bit taller than Sakura, with dark brown hair shaped into 2 buns. She wore a pink, sleeveless kipao blouse with yellow buttons and dark green pants. Why yes indeed. Just came in fact. Sorry for the delay, the shopkeeper said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. He was a man who looked to be in his late 40s, wearing a simple white shirt, black pants, and a forge apron. He was tall, standing slightly higher than her sensei with a muscular build, almost like a bodybuilder. He had short black hair cut flat at the top and coal-colored eyes. That's okay, just let me see the goods. I've gotta keep my arsenal stocked up, she said, leaning forward onto the counter, and Sakura could practically hear the smile in her voice. The man laughed. You got it. Only the best for my #1 customer. He turned around and walked behind the draped doorway that led to the back. As Sakura walked into the store, the girl turned to see her, allowing the pink-haired girl to see she had eyes that matched her hair. She gave her a cheerful wave. Hey there, you look lost. Huh, yeah, I guess I am. Sakura shrugged. I usually only come to places like this to buy tools. Oh, looking for something new? The girl asked conversationally. Maybe I can help out. Name's Tenten, by the way, you. Sakura Haruno. The pink-haired girl returned before looking around, focusing on training equipment. I'm looking for something to kickstart my training, but I barely know where to start. The other shopkeepers were civilians, so they couldn't really tell me anything besides the obvious. Tenten raised a brow and gave Sakura an appraising eye after looking at her forehead protector. Just getting started, huh? Yeah, I kinda have a lot to make up for. Now Tenten looked a little irked, resting an arm on the counter. You're one of those fangirls who don't take being a kunoichi seriously, aren't you? Sakura cringed. Yeah, that pretty much summed up how she'd been until now. She could understand why Tenten was annoyed. She probably had experience with people like her. While she thought her academics marked her as a great ninja in the making before, she could see now how someone like her would give kunoichi a bad name. She could deny it, but she wouldn't. She was facing her mistakes and moving past them, and that meant owning up to them. I was. My team and I had our first real mission not too long ago. It was bad. I couldn't do anything but stand on the sidelines. She stood up straight and looked at the older girl resolutely. It was a wake-up call. I want to change. I want to be able to fight beside them instead of holding them back like I did before, so. Here I am. Tenten seemed to weigh her words before smiling. Well, in that case, I'll be happy to help. She then frowned. Though from what I know of your type, my first bit of advice is stop dieting. She stressed those last two words. Your body needs fuel, you know. You need calories and the right nutrients to build up muscle. If you don't eat right, it could slow or even kill your progress. Sakura grimaced. She hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, that makes sense. Tenten sighed and ran a hand through her hair. Where to begin? It was at that point that the shopkeeper returned from the back. He was holding a pretty large roll, big enough that he had to carry it on his shoulders. Here you go. Everything you asked for. With that, he unfurled it on the counter and, wow, it covered the whole thing. There were dozens, probably well over 100 different weapons inside. Shuriken, kunai, kusarigama, daggers, short swords, you name it. If it was smaller than a katana, it was probably there. Whoa, overkill much, she thought as Tenten ran back to the counter. As if all that weren't enough, he added 3 scrolls on top of that, though apparently there was enough trust between them that Tenten didn't feel the need to test it. Her eyes gleamed as she looked over the various pointy objects before she hurriedly took out a check. Nice. Thanks, old man. No, thank you, he said, taking the check. She wasn't surprised he was grateful. If Tenten made purchases like that all the time, she'd probably have paid to keep him in business by herself. That was an exaggeration, of course. Probably. So, who's this friend of yours? Tenji asked, looking to her while the bun-haired brunette pulled out a sealing scroll of her own, sealed away the roll of weapons, and put all 4 in her pouch. Oh, just a rookie, looking to better herself. The obviously a weapons specialist answered before gesturing an open hand towards her. Tenji, this is Sakura. Sakura, let me introduce you to Tenji, one of the best weapon dealers in the village. The shop owner rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I hardly think so, but I'm not going to turn down free advertisement. He said with a chuckle before turning a grin to the pink-haired girl. So, looking for something to help in training, I take it. At her nod, he stepped out from behind the counter and put a hand to his chin. How about some arm and leg weights to start with? Tenten suggested. He shrugged. Yeah, good as place as any. He gestured for her to follow as he walked over to a far wall with all sorts of training equipment on display. Sakura was doubtful. Arm and leg weights. Tenten nodded. Yeah, sounds simple, but they really do help. You've just gotta make sure you use both, or you'll screw up your balance. Unless you're looking to focus on punches or kicks or you want to make yourself a speed freak. Here we go. He said, placing his hands on a display. These are top of the line. You could go with the standard weights and have to switch them out whenever you're looking to increase the weight. Or you could use these. The objects on display looked like standard wrist and ankle guards. These babies have sealing jutsu engraved on the inside. Just channel chakra into them to increase the weight. Too much, just touch and release the chakra inside, like any sealing scroll, and it goes back to normal. Just don't go overboard with all of them at once and turn yourself into a living floor mat, and they're perfect for training. He said with a laugh that said he probably knew people who'd turned themselves into anchors with these things. Huh, okay, that was pretty neat. So, how much for them? The pink-haired genin asked, thinking in the back of her mind she should get some for Naruto and Sasuke too while she was at it. It would help them out just the same, and it'd be a good first step towards being a truly helpful teammate. 5200 Ryo a set. That's wrist or ankle guards, not both. Sakura stared for a moment, then her eyes bugged out into large pits of solid white. What? What? Tell me they aren't worth it. Though, to be fair, you could get the same result for free if you're good with sealing jutsu. Or if you know someone who is. He raised a brow. You got those skills. Or got a friend who does. Well, nice of him to give her an out. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure she did. Kakashi said he'd tutor Naruto in the art, but she didn't know for sure how good he was. Besides, if he could have done something like this, wouldn't he have suggested it already? She then remembered how he didn't teach them the tree climbing exercise until they were on an A-ranked mission. Suddenly, she wasn't so sure. She turned to look forlornly at the training tools. 31,200 Ryo. Plus tax. This would wipe out her entire savings. Everything she'd saved up before graduation and all the pay from their missions. She could only barely afford it because of that time they captured Tora. The one reason that there wasn't a strike on that particular mission, despite how annoying that cat was and how many times it got away. It was owned by the wife of the fire daimyo. That meant refusal was not an option. And the pay was good. Well, going to go for it? Tenten asked by her side. Personally, I don't really have a preference, and my teammate prefers the old-fashioned kind, but it's your choice. Sakura looked at the display before mentally kissing her savings goodbye. I'll take 3 sets of each. Sakura stared at the scroll that now contained her newly bought training gear as she walked down the road, her face slightly pale. Wow, really generous of you to buy some for your teammates too, Tenten said, raising a brow. It was for the team. Sakura replied in monotone. After how I acted, I owe them. This is the least I can do. She said without a hint of emotion. Well, nice to know you're serious about making it up to them. Tenten said with a sympathetic smile. Sakura got the feeling she'd probably blown all her money on weapons at one point or another. Got any more advice? Yeah, get a light start tonight, but talk to your sensei before doing anything too extreme. You don't want to overdo it when you're just starting out. Pace yourself, and once you get used to it, start pushing harder. Tenten continued as Sakura nodded absent-mindedly, thoughts still on her empty savings. The brunette seemed to take pity on her. Let's talk more over lunch. My treat. She gave a slight laugh. I get the feeling you won't be eating out on your own for a while. Sakura grimaced. Yeah, thanks. Anywhere you want to go in particular. Sakura closed her eyes and set aside all thought of her practically non-existent bank account, with some difficulty. This would probably be the last time she could eat out in a while. Might as well get what she liked best. How about the Nakamura's Dango shop? Sounds good to me. It didn't take too long for the 2 girls to make it to the shop. Sakura ordered her favorite, anmitsu, while Tenten just went with the shop's signature dish. So, what's your team like? Tenten asked after swallowing the first bite of her dango. Sakura looked up from her anmitsu before looking to the sky. Well, there's Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. She curled in on herself and blushed. The guy you like, Tenten guessed. She nodded, he's just so cool. He was at the top of our class. He's always aloof, never lets anything get to him. He's just so dreamy. Hey, reminds me of my teammate, Tenten commented. The aloof part, I mean. Not that I want to ask him out or anything. His name's Neji Hyuga. Always serious, kinda on the cold side. But that's a bit of a breath of fresh air on my team. Oh, Sakura voiced curiously. Tenten tilted her head back and placed a hand on her head, looking like she'd gotten a headache. My other teammate, Rock Lee and my sensei guy are kinda nuts. No, I take that back, they are nuts. They're always so intense. Then train until you drop types and always screaming about the power of youth. She said the last words in an ardent voice before looking to the side, her expression a combination of annoyed and exhausted. They make these insane challenges for themselves all the time. Like, if I can't do 500 squats, then I will do 600 push-ups, or, if I can't do 300 sit-ups, I will do 100 laps around the village. She sighed. I just wish they'd cool down and grow up a bit. Sakura chuckled. Sounds tough, but at least your sensei makes you work hard. Mine was, hands off, to put things lightly. He's only now starting to shape up after we almost got killed. Tenten frowned. What happened? Sakura waved her hand. Long story. The short version, the client lied about what we were up against. The bun-haired girl's face wrinkled in exasperation. Oh, one of those. Well, his whole country was in a bad way, so I get why he did it, but still. Sakura sighed. It took that to get him to teach us how to climb trees with chakra. Tenten seemed surprised, then frustrated. What? Are you kidding? That's one of the first things Guy-sensei taught us. Yeah, looking back, I thought that was something we should have worked on earlier. Ah, the younger Kunoichi shook her head. Well, at least he's actually trying now. Really drove us into the ground the other day. It's tough, but I think it's better than him leaving us to train by ourselves unless it's literally life and death. Suddenly, I find myself appreciating Guy-sensei. Tenten said dully. Just a little. Sakura smirked. My other teammate is Naruto Uzumaki. Remember the kid who graffitied the Hokage monument? Tenten chuckled. Oh geez, how can I forget? Still can't believe no one noticed until he was almost done. He's a show-off and a loudmouth, and he can be kinda stupid. But he's the kinda guy who's always willing to lend a hand to someone in need. Though I only saw that recently. She said, thinking of how determined he was to pull Inari from his isolation and despair. Well, sounds like your team got off to a rough start. Here's hoping better days are ahead, she said, raising her dango in mock salute. Here. The next day once again saw the three genin of Team 7 waiting on their sensei in the third training ground, clearly in no rush to break his habit of being late all the time. Today, however, things were much quieter than usual. Usually, Naruto and Sakura would be climbing up the walls, railing against Kakashi for keeping them waiting. Again. Not today, however, but the reason why had both Sasuke and Sakura raising a brow. Today, Naruto had his nose buried in a book, as did the pink-haired girl. Well, not just that. He was also writing things out, occasionally looking back to his book and grumbling at some imperfection in his work. Naruto had to admit he could understand why they were surprised. He was the dead last in the academy and he usually blew off studying when it wasn't about ninjutsu or something cool. It did somewhat surprise him that Sasuke was the first to voice his curiosity. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto looked up from his work, eyebrows raised that the question came from Sasuke before he shrugged. Oh, I'm just working on my sealing jutsu. Kakashi-sensei told me to write out the symbols until I memorized what they mean. They're not all kanji, you know. But he's having me practice writing that out too. Need to get it all down as fast and neat as possible, one wrong symbol and the whole thing falls apart. He gave me some low-level seals to work out when I think I'm up to it. Thought I could get a little extra practice in since we've got nothing better to do. Sasuke gave a grunt of acknowledgement and looked away, satisfied with the answer. The blonde went back to his work. 2 more hours went by before their sensei deigned to show himself, walking into the clearing as if nothing was wrong. Morning guys, he said with a wave. Late as always, Naruto accused, pointing at him. Are you ever going to be on time? Sakura yelled, raising a fist. Sasuke's expression said that he'd enjoyed the quiet while it had lasted. Well, at least this time you two had something to keep you occupied, Kakashi commented before his gaze turned to the Uchiha heir. Give you any ideas, Sasuke? Sasuke grunted in response before saying, a few. Well, that's good. At least you won't all be standing around wasting time just waiting every day. You're the reason we're always waiting. Naruto and Sakura cried in unison. Now, let's not point fingers, Kakashi said with his eye smile. Now then, for today we'll… Actually Sensei. Sakura interrupted, raising her hand as if they were still in the academy. I've got something to add to our training. Naruto looked at Sakura in mild shock. Even Sasuke raised a brow. It was pretty clear to anyone who spent time with her that Sakura didn't do much training. After all, back in wave after she got to the top of the tree, rather than continuing to practice or doing something else, she just stopped training altogether. Looking back, maybe he should have said something about that. Oh, Kakashi seemed interested. Sakura picked up a bag she'd brought with her and reached inside, pulling out wrist and arm guards. You got us protective gear? Sasuke asked skeptically. They're a lot more than that, Sakura replied. They're actually training weights. This gear's lined with seals that get heavier the more chakra you put in them, so you can control how much they weigh you down. You can release it all like a sealing scroll to return them to normal. She smiled. I got a complete set for each of us while I was out the other day. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was one way to speed up your training. And it was a gift from Sakura. Awesome. He was already planning to wear them whenever he wasn't on a mission or something. Not to mention taking a look at those seals. Even Sasuke looked mildly impressed. Wow, thanks, Sakura. Naruto said as he took his. Yeah, thanks, Sasuke added, looking a bit impressed. Don't mention it. I was trying to find a way to hit the ground running with my training and thought it sounded like something we could all use. She handed Sasuke his set, which took them and regarded them inquisitively. Sakura rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. I didn't really know where to start, but I was lucky enough to run into this older girl named Tenten, and she showed me these and gave me a lot of advice. Tenten, Kakashi spoke up. Sakura nodded. Yeah, but she said I should run it all by you before I did anything serious, so I don't strain myself. Good advice. This Tenten sensei wouldn't happen to be named Guy, would he? Sakura nodded. That's him. Huh, you know this guy Kakashi sensei? Naruto blinked in surprise. I do. He's my self-proclaimed, eternal rival. The silver-haired man replied, shaking his head. He routinely challenges me to any sort of contest and won't take no for an answer. When it's my turn to pick, I usually ask for something quick and simple. I've even gotten him to settle for a match of rock paper scissors. He mused, causing his students to look at him incredulously. He's eccentric, but he's easily one of the greatest taijutsu masters around. Not just here in Konoha, but in the entire shinobi world. Whoa, Naruto said in awe. Yeah, that's in line with what Tenten told me, Sakura commented. She was pretty surprised when I told her you were my sensei, but she didn't say anything about the whole, eternal rivals, bit. Did she offer any other advice? Kakashi asked. Sakura seemed to shrink in on herself. She told me I needed to stop dieting. And it looked like she was taking that to heart, too, from how she grimaced. Good, he'd seen how little she ate in wave when she started to worry about her weight and wondered how she got by. Dieting didn't make any sense to him in the first place. As long as you didn't eat like Choji you'd burn through whatever you ate fast enough as a shinobi anyway. And a few other pointers after I told her how lax you'd been so far. Kakashi suddenly tensed, sucking in a quick breath. You told Guy's student about my teaching. Yeah. Kakashi buried his face in his hand. Oh terrific. If she mentions this to Guy, I'll never hear the end of it. He'll probably run straight to my house with tears in his eyes, screaming about youth dulling or something. He'll probably try to pull me into one of his hugs. Sasuke and Sakura stared at their sensei, exasperated at the Jonin's antics while Naruto snickered. Sounded like this guy was going to be a handful for his teacher. Served him right for leaving them hanging all the time. Kakashi took a deep breath. Well, nothing to do about it now but hope for the best. Now then, since Sakura was so generous as to get you these gifts, it'd be remiss not to make use of them. Let's take a moment to see what you can handle, then you'll be wearing them for all of our training today. I'll work out how I want you to handle them outside my supervision by tomorrow. Alright, I think that's good for today. Kakashi mused as he looked over his students some 5 hours later. He clapped his hands, a signal for the various clones Naruto had training to disperse. The blonde swayed on his feet for a moment. Weariness washed over him as everything the clones had gained poured into his mind along with all their combined exhaustion. But it was nothing he couldn't handle. After swaying on his feet for a moment, he righted himself. He wiped the sweat off the side of his head with his sleeve as he reviewed what they'd gained. It wasn't much. They'd only sliced about a quarter of the way through the paper, but that was progress. He and his clones were getting the hang of water walking too, slightly faster than Sasuke too. Nice. Although, the fact that he was more or less getting 5 times the work in, plus more as his clones kept it once they moved on to taijutsu, had something to do with it. Of course, Sakura already had it down. And wow, did her gift make things harder, but no pain no gain. He'd gladly wear these weights all day long if it meant he could be the awesome ninja he dreamed of being. Good work today, especially you, Sakura. It's good to see you're turning over a new leaf. Kakashi said, looking down at the pink-haired girl. Once again, Sakura had worn herself ragged and was currently lying on her back, staring at the sky. Naruto winced as he looked at her. He hoped she adjusted soon. I'm going to have to if I want to stop being dead weight. Sakura grumbled. Sakura. Naruto started. Naruto, don't. Sakura waved him off as she sat up, wincing slightly. I know what you're going to say, and thank you. But I know I've got a lot of catching up to do. To Sasuke and you. She then looked up with determination. But I will. I'll work as hard it takes so that I don't drag you two down next time we're in trouble. Naruto wasn't sure what to say. In the end, he just settled for smiling at her determination to get stronger for their sakes. Surprisingly, Sasuke did too. Oh, by the way. Kakashi began. I imagine those training tools cost a small fortune. Sakura cringed, proving him right. To have bought 3 sets like that. I'm guessing you've pretty much wiped out all your funds, haven't you? Sakura hung her head, a cloud of woe hovering over her as she began poking the ground and mumbling to herself. Wait, Sakura, you mean you totally broke your bank getting these for us? Naruto asked, his eyes wide. Sasuke raised a brow as he looked at the pink-haired girl. Sakura, you know you could have asked me, right? This wouldn't have made a dent in my funds. I know, Sakura replied listlessly. Whoa, hang on, you didn't have to do that for us. Take them. Oh, they probably won't give you your money back since we've already used them, will they? Then, how much was it? I'll pay you for mine. Naruto said. That's all right, she replied. Sasuke frowned. I don't. Listen, Sakura said, standing back up. This is something I wanted to do. I saw how this could help all of us and decided to go for it so that we could be the best team we could be. Just take it as me doing my part for Team 7. That silenced all future arguments from him. And Sasuke, from the looks of it. After a moment, Naruto replied. Well, guess I'll have to do my part too. Somehow. I'll think of something. Sasuke gave an affirmative. You know, the timing for this couldn't be better, Kakashi said, drawing their attention. You see, they finally finished processing Zabuza's body today, and so I got my bounty, though the village did keep half of it, as always. Good for you, Sensei, Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms. Kakashi nodded. Normally, a bounty is divided between all involved in actually defeating the ninja in question, so of course it all went to me, Kakashi said, closing his eye. But, since I wouldn't have survived my first bout with Zabuza without quick thinking on Naruto and Sasuke's part. And I should have pulled us back from that mission before then. Wait, was he saying? Kakashi I smiled and held up 3 slips of paper. I decided we should split it. Wow, for real, Naruto cried, smiling widely, his fists balled before him in excitement. Why but I? Sakura stammered. Sakura. Kakashi interrupted. I know what you're going to say, but this is my money. Just like the money you spent on the weights was yours. If I feel like sharing it with you, it's my choice. If you feel you haven't earned it, Then just keep working like you have been these past few days and prove my faith in you isn't misplaced. Oh, okay, Sensei, Sakura replied. Come on, Sakura, be more excited. Naruto said as he reached up to take his check. We're getting. Naruto trailed off into an exclamation of shock. He stared down at the paper grasped in both his hands with his mouth wide open, his eyes wide open pits of solid white. What is? Then Sakura got her check. Her reaction mirrored his. As the two stared, stupefied at their rewards, Sasuke simply raised a brow and pocketed his own. Naruto came out of his stupor first. Kakashi-sensei, thank you so much. He cheered among numerous praises as he threw himself at his sensei and hugged his waist. Hey, get off of me. Kakashi tried to shake him off before finally managing to pry him away, sitting him down with the indifferent Sasuke and slowly recovering Sakura. Now, just do me a favor and don't spend it frivolously. Keep most of it for what you need or things you think will help with your training. And please, don't gamble with it, or at least do so responsibly if you can't resist. Don't be like Lady Tsunade. Tsunade? Naruto questioned. Really? Sakura questioned incredulously. Naruto, she's one of the legendary Sannin, 3 of the strongest shinobi our village ever produced. She's the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the students of Lord 3rd Hokage. Her teammate trained the 4th. Whoa. Indeed. And I see we'll have to brush up on your recent history too. Lady Tsunade's every bit the kunoichi her reputation paints her as. Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. However, she has one problem she's not so well known around here for. You see, she has a chronic gambling addiction. She simply can't help herself. That wouldn't be so bad, I suppose. There are worse vices, but it's coupled with some of the worst luck known to man. She always loses but can't stop herself. This unfortunate combination has earned her another nickname throughout the elemental nations. He paused, letting the suspense build. For once, even with the mask, they could tell he was smiling. They thought they might have even seen him shake as he held back a laugh. The legendary sucker. Sasuke and Sakura looked very unimpressed with this part of Tsunade's legend, while Naruto cracked up in laughter. Naruto sighed as he pulled out another weed and tossed it into the plastic bag hanging from his shoulder. It had been a few days after Sakura had given their team that gear. Kakashi had been putting them through some pretty tough exercises and taijutsu drills, made even harder by the weights, not that any of them were complaining. They'd all been just a bit unsteady on their feet after all was said and done, him more so after his clones dispersed, but they all felt good about how things were going. After half an hour of rest, they'd been off to do a D-rank mission. Couldn't put those off forever, could they? Honestly, missions like this seemed to drag on forever. Pull out one weed. Oh hey, there's a few dozen more. Get them all. Time to get started on the next area. Got that done. Great job, you're about 1/10 of the way there. It didn't help that Kakashi had forbidden them all from using jutsu to speed things up. Something about teaching them a lesson in patience. Bah. Yeah, I get you, Sakura said, obviously having heard his sigh. Just grin and bear it like any other D rank. Just think, some people do this for a living. It's not so bad when you keep that in mind. Maybe, but I get the feeling a professional would never let it get like this in the first place, Naruto grumbled. Keep it down, Naruto. The client might hear you. The pink-haired girl hissed at him. Naruto shrugged. I call it like I see it. Besides, she's inside and the doors and windows are closed. I can't see how she'd hear me unless I screamed it from the rooftop. You have a point. Still, Sakura replied with a sigh of her own. She then spied what he was doing. Wait a second. Naruto looked up just as he was about to pluck a small yellow flower from the ground. He didn't know a lot about plants, but he knew enough to know these were weeds. And they spread fast if you let them. We might need to ask the client about those, Sakura said, cupping her chin. Dandelions are technically weeds, but they have their uses. They attract bees to pollinate flowers, and their roots can draw up nutrients for other plants. She might want those left alone. Naruto blinked, his eyebrows rising. Wow, Sakura, you really know your stuff. Sakura rubbed the back of her head sheepishly and looked away, with a slight grimace. Not really. I used to be friends with Ino, remember? Her family runs a flower shop. I just picked up a few things. Oh, Naruto cringed. That was probably a sore subject. I really need to patch things up with her, Sakura admitted. But I've got no idea where to start. Not when I was the one who broke up our friendship. She looked down at that, her face melancholy. Naruto guessed she was probably thinking of past times with Ino. And probably the day they went their separate ways. Over Sasuke. But this was the first he was hearing that she was the one to end things. Yeah, he got the feeling that fixing that wasn't going to be easy. Well, you won't know until you try, right? That's what Tenten said. Oh, did you meet with her again? Sakura nodded, seeming to brighten up a little. Yeah, she's been giving me some good advice. And it's nice to actually hang out with a girl my age again. Or anyone outside class really. Wait, had Ino been her only friend? And she chose to fight with her over Sasuke? Huh, well, he could agree on how great it was to finally have people to spend time with. He knew personally that being alone absolutely sucked. At least she had people she could talk to at the academy. Most of the other kids just put him down aside from Shikamaru and Choji, and they hadn't exactly talked much. Well anyway, what's the worst that could happen? She says, screw you, and walks off. At least then you can say you tried. You won't get anywhere if you just think about it all the time. Naruto said before giving her a thumbs up. And worst comes the worst, you still have us. And Tenten, right? Yeah, I guess so. Thanks. Things were going pretty well for his team now. Kakashi couldn't help but think as he neared his home. Naruto was handling the shadow clone training method well, as in he wasn't collapsing immediately after every session. Though, today's conversation told him he'd need to improve the blonde's knowledge of recent history as well as his vocabulary. Actually, better make that history in general. It also might be a good idea to get his students their own copies of the bingo book. It was a little early, sure, but having knowledge of who's who in the shinobi world couldn't hurt. It was good to see Sakura step up on her own. He'd been sure he'd have to take her aside at some point and hammer home how badly she'd needed to improve, but thankfully that had worked itself out. Shame it took was a near-death experience for his whole team, but the emphasis was on, near, there. And she'd apparently stopped dieting. That was good, though time would tell if she'd slip back into old habits. Hopefully, now that Sakura was actually training and her body was getting the fuel it needs, her physical energy would improve. She definitely had more than enough mental energy, and with that, her stores of chakra would start to see improvement. Nothing too drastic. Sakura would never have Sasuke's reserves, never mind Naruto's, but hopefully, he'd soon be able to say they were better than abysmal. As for Naruto, he got the feeling he'd take to Sakura's gift like a duck to water. Good, with his healing power, he probably didn't have to worry about the usual drawbacks, not to mention the aches and pains that came with overdoing it. He'd have to take Naruto aside and tell him to push things a little harder, and maybe in a few weeks up the number of shadow clones. And for Sasuke, maybe some tutoring on making use of his Sharingan's genjutsu was in order. They were doing good, but they'd need to be better for the upcoming Chunin exams, and they only had about a month and a half. Finally arriving at his door, he reached for the knob. And suddenly, a sound reached his ears. Loud, pounding footsteps that likely echoed through the whole city block. He turned to the source of the sound to see a massive dust cloud rushing towards him. And at its front was a tall man, well-muscled but not overly so. He had a strong jawline, black hair shaped into a bowl cut, and, perhaps his most distinguishing feature, sported a massive pair of thick eyebrows. He wore a standard Konoha flak jacket over a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers, rather than the blue shirt and pants most Konoha shinobi wore. A red forehead protector was tied around his waist like a belt. Kakashi, he bellowed, and as he grew near, the silver-haired man could see that there were streams of tears falling from his eyes like waterfalls. Oh no! The clunk of wood clashing with wood rang out in the clearing as two kunoichi clashed. Sakura made several rapid strikes with her bow staff, right, left above, below, only for Tenten to easily block each strike with her own. The pink-haired girl leaned to the side to avoid a retaliatory jab at her chest before ducking down as Tenten swept the weapon to the side. She lashed out at Tenten's legs, only for the brunette to leap over her attack, flipping and spinning in the air to land on her feet. Sakura immediately charged, spinning to add momentum to her next attack as Tenten landed. A sweeping blow aimed at her waist. Tenten kicked back out of range. Sakura brought her staff over her head and put all her strength into her next attack. Tenten raised her staff and blocked Sakura's overhead attack with a final loud crack. For a moment, the two strained against each other before Tenten smiled. Pretty good, considering you just started a few weeks ago. Sakura smiled back. Thanks. But, Tenten spun to the side and bent her staff, letting Sakura's weapon slip off and throw her off balance. She then jabbed at Sakura's side before following up with a kick that sent her to the ground. You've still got a long way to go. Friendly piece of advice, if you ever get into that weapon lock like that, break it or back off ASAP. It's way too easy to take advantage of. Sakura sat up, rubbing her side to ease the pain. Yeah, I can see that. She replied as Tenten walked over and offered her a hand. And I think I got another valuable lesson from all this. Oh, really? What? Don't try to fight a walking arsenal with a weapon. Sakura smiled as that got a chuckle out of Tenten. Meh, it's not like close-range combat is my specialty. That would be more my teammates' sh ticks. Tenten said, placing a hand on her hip. Fancy a trip to the hot spring. I know I could stand to unwind after back-to-back training sessions. Sakura looked up at the sky and guessed there might be 3 hours of daylight left. Tenten was right. After training all day with Kakashi and then a sparring match with Tenten, all while her gear was weighing her down, a soak would be nice. Sure. And thanks for all the help. Don't worry about it. It's actually kind of refreshing to train with someone who isn't constantly screaming about youth. A thought occurred to Sakura as they began to walk back to the village. Hey, Tenten, you usually keep all those weapons in seals, right? Yeah, why? Tenten asked. Have you ever thought of branching out? Adding seals to those weapons? Seeing the look Tenten was giving her, Sakura raised her hands. It's just, well, one of my teammates has been learning wind jutsu lately and when we try to throw weapons at him, well. Wind jutsu? Tenten replied before looking upward in thought. She grimaced a moment later. Yeah, my style probably wouldn't work well against something like that. Maybe step up the training on close-range weapons. Or branch out with seals, like I said. Tenten thought before she nodded. She then smiled. See, helping you is paying off after all. Sakura smiled, glad to help her fellow kunoichi after all she did for her. So, made any progress with that boy you like? I wish. Sakura grumbled before she brought her fist to her chest, a determined look on her face. But I'm not going to give up. She then deflated as she remembered something. Besides, I think my chances are better than they were before. I'm pretty sure how I acted before just annoyed him. Probably, if he's anything like Neji. Tenten agreed. And how'd things go that old friend of yours? Sakura hung her head, shadows covering her eyes. That bad, huh? Well, just keep trying. And if it doesn't work out, at least you can say you did your best, right? I guess. With a few final swishes, Naruto finished his work and set his brush on the floor, sitting back and smiling as he pulled up the scroll to look at his handiwork. It was an array of kanji and sealing symbols, the bases of which fanned out slightly and formed a broken circle. It was just a simple storage seal. It was the most basic of the basics, but everyone had to start somewhere, right? It wasn't his first time making one. Right now, it was all about repetition like Kakashi Sensei said, using these simple seals as practice for getting this down as fast, neatly, and accurately as possible. While many high-level sealing jutsu allowed you to conjure the array out of chakra, most required you actually them right out. One single mistake and the seal wouldn't work at best, and who knew when you'd need to draw one up on the spot. He'd had him take up calligraphy for the same reason. He placed the scroll back on the ground, pulled a single kunai on the circle before making a hand sign. Seal. In a burst of smoke, the kunai vanished. He smirked for a moment before focusing on it again. Release. The kunai reappeared in a similar cloud of smog. Naruto grinned as he picked up the scroll. Another job well done. He may only know a few basic techniques at this point, but he had already cooked up several ways to use the few seals he knew. Considering how complex the art was, he'd come a long way in the last month or so, with some help from his shadow clones. And he was glad to say his other skills had improved by leaps and bounds too. He'd really been pushing himself as he tried to live up to his parents' legacy, quickly learning to abuse the hell out of Sakura's gift and his own healing. And the idea that his parents were watching gave him all he needed to muddle through all the reading. And wow, there were a lot of things he'd missed out on. History like the rise of the Sannin. Basic facts like chakra being composed of mental and physical energies. Also, apparently, the second Hokage invented the shadow clone jutsu. Neat. He was still catching up, but he was determined not to let himself be caught lacking in that department again. Like the old man said, the Hokage was supposed to mark the road for all to follow. An example, like the fourth had set. How was he doing that if he let himself stay an idiot because studying was too hard? Speaking of example, looking back at his sexy jutsu. Yeah, that was probably never going to be seen again. He probably needed to talk to Konohamaru about that. Well, at least he had inspired the kid to work harder outside of that technique. That was something, right? Kakashi had since upped the number of clones he'd used a day to 50. That had required a bit of an adjustment. While the combined fatigue of 8 clones left him a bit tired, he could shrug it off. 50 knocked him out cold. So now, rather than disperse them immediately, they'd disperse in groups of 5 at the end of starting in the last hour of training. It worked pretty well. He got all the experience, and there was enough time between the hits that he could get through and not fall flat on his face and wind up in dreamland. He looked over to the kitchen, where 5 clones were getting in some extra training. It had taken a few weeks, but he'd mastered both the water walking and the leaf-cutting exercises Kakashi had taught him. The man had since given him a new method to train both in control and in the wind element, each clone their hands before them, channeling wind chakra through their palms. The aim was to levitate a leaf and keep it as stable as possible. Their training had only gotten more intense as the days went by and Kakashi made them a set schedule to stick to. They would spend half an hour on warm-ups before adding the weighted gear. 1 hour doing exercises, 1 on chakra control, another on taijutsu and teamwork, a final 1 on ninjutsu and genjutsu tutoring before finally taking a D-ranked mission after a rest period. With some pointers for independent training like his own. Sasuke was still quiet and brooding as always, but he didn't put him down as much, and Naruto had turned down the jealousy. While they competed during just about every training session, there was a slight sense of camaraderie there now, rather than the spiteful rivalry they once had. Sakura was kinder too. She hadn't even hit him in the last month. She'd really put her all into catching up to them. And she'd toned down that thing she had with Sasuke. They'd all really had come a long way since the day they first met Kakashi Sensei. Naruto rose to his feet and made his way to his kitchen. A quick cup of ramen for a job well done, and then he'd get ready for bed. Once those clones dispelled, he'd be out like a light. Things were much quieter than they had been a month ago as Team 7 awaited their chronically late sensei. This time Naruto was sitting on the ground as he worked on a seal. This one was a bit more complex than the standard containment seal, but he'd gotten it down. 3 completed ones lay beside him, and a few feet away, a circle had been carved into the ground where he'd tested one of them. Finishing the 4th seal tag, he pocketed them and pulled out a book on sealing jutsu, looking to find another to try out. Sakura sat nearby, leaning back on one of the posts as she read a book on poisons. Sasuke had been the last to join in, reading a book on the many ways to use chakra. Kinda surprising when he was the former head of their class. Naruto found himself a lot less frustrated with his sensei's antics this way. Oh, he was still annoyed as all hell that the man had to be at least 2 hours late to the meetings he set, but it was more bearable when they weren't standing around doing nothing for those 2 hours. Case in point. The 3 looked up as their sensei walked into the clearing, not showing the least bit of shame at having kept them hanging. Again, "Hey guys, how are you doing?" Not even going to try to come up with an excuse, sensei. Naruto asked dryly while throwing a slightly bitter look his way. He felt a lot less high-strung about the silver-haired man showing his face without so much as a hint of guilt. It had helped them adjust a bit. He and Sakura could settle for scathing looks nowadays instead of screaming at him. That didn't mean they were any happier with him. They just weren't as worked up when he finally got there. Well, you never seem to believe what I tell you anyway. No surprise, I'd expect better excuses from a 5-year-old, Sakura spoke up, still glaring at her sensei. You wound me, Sakura, Kakashi said with a straight face. Sakura scoffed. Go cry to that black cat you keep telling us about. Yep, just another typical day for Team 7. So guys, Sakura said, getting her teammates' attention as the three walked back into the village proper, about to go their separate ways after another successful D-rank mission. They came to a halt as they looked back at her. I was thinking, I know that you two live by yourselves, so, well. I asked my parents if they'd be okay if you came over for dinner. Huh, really? Naruto asked with a blink before grinning. Needless to say, getting invited to Sakura's place was the last thing he expected today. That's not necessary, Sasuke said with a shrug. I know that, Sakura replied with a shake of her head, raising her hands as if to reassure him. I just thought it'd be nice, is all. I mean, you two haven't had a home-cooked meal in a long time, right? And after that, I thought we could put our heads together and brainstorm on ways to improve. Kakashi-sensei's not going to do everything for us, you know. She looked away. Ain't that the truth? He hadn't been the one to suggest they start studying while they waited for him. And Sakura was the one who bought their weights. The silver-haired Jonin was definitely working harder at it than he had before, but still. But then, maybe he just didn't want them to rely on him for everything. He was there to teach and guide them, not hold their hands. He'd been trying hard, so he'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Sasuke closed his eyes. Okay. Really? Wow, that was a surprise. Naruto had been sure Sasuke would turn her down. Maybe they were starting to grow on him, even if he did still act all cool and distant. He couldn't help but smile at that. Sakura's face lit up at that. Really? Great. I'm sure you'll love it. And we really need to think about how we can communicate in the field. I mean, right now we have to rely on radios, that's not going to work all the time. We need to find other ways to communicate in. Whoa, slow down. Save it for the after-dinner meet. Naruto said, though he couldn't deny she had a point there. Sasuke was giving her a look of vague interest. You've put a lot of thought into this, huh? Sakura seemed a bit bashful at that. Well, I just want our team to be the best we can be, you know. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I get you. Thanks for looking out for us, Sakura. The pink-haired girl grinned, putting her hands on her hips. Well, someone's gotta keep you boys in line. We all know how you like to show off. Hey, the number one hyperactive knuckle-headed ninja started. He then sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he remembered he had that nickname. Well, yeah, that's kinda true, I guess. He admitted, causing Sakura to chuckle. So, where is your place, anyway? Naruto arrived at the Haruno family apartment the next day after cleaning up in the wake of the day's training and mission with a light spring in his step. No surprise really, it was the first time he'd ever been invited over to someone else's home. It wouldn't be a big deal to most, but for someone who'd been shunned by just about everyone for most of his life, it was a milestone. Reaching the door, he gave it a knock. Soon enough, a blonde woman with green eyes a shade darker than Sakura's opened the door. Naruto. First one here, I see. Naruto gave the woman a wide grin. Hi, nice to meet you. You must be Miss Haruno. Please, call me Mebuki. Sakura's mother replied before standing aside. I'm just putting the finishing touches on dinner, so you shouldn't have long to wait as long as Sasuke shows up soon. Sakura's in her room, it's just at the end of the hall. Thanks, Naruto said, stepping inside and taking off his shoes. He followed the instructions as he got a look around. It was a lot better than his apartment. A lot bigger too, but that was no surprise. His place was on the cheap side of things and was meant for one person. You could tell this was a family home, knocked on the door. Come in, he heard Sakura say before he stepped inside. The pink-haired girl was lying on her bed, reading one of her books. Hey, Naruto, glad you could make it, she said as she swung around and sat up on the bed. Well, not like anyone would say no to free food, right? Nice place you guys have, by the way. Thanks, only home I've ever had, Sakura replied as Naruto walked over to a nearby desk and pulled out the chair. He sat down backward and rested his arms and head on the back. Naruto looked over and saw several books that had depictions of the body or flowers on them. I see you've been working on some extra credit, huh? Sakura rubbed the back of her head. Well, it's interesting stuff. Honestly, I think I've found a new hobby. Naruto chuckled. Same here. Never thought I'd find burying my nose in a book fun until I took up sealing jutsu. Sakura grinned and looked to the side. Oh wow, Naruto's found joy in studying. I'll have to look outside, it could be raining fire. Very funny. Naruto said dryly with squinted eyes before his lips turned upward. You should have seen the look on Iruka sensei's face when he caught me in the library. That got a laugh out of Sakura. So, what kinda things did you have in mind? Well, I thought maybe we could look at each other's skills and see if we could come up with some suggestions. You know everyone has their own way of thinking, maybe we missed something. She began to tick off her other ideas on her fingers. We could look at ways to combine our skills and work out ways to share information. Maybe give each other some advice in training. It was then that there was a knock on the door, drawing both of their attentions. Doors open. The door opened to reveal Sasuke with one hand in his pocket, the same look on his face as ever. Still, that he was actually here said a lot. Sasuke. Sakura smiled widely. Well, look who finally decided to show up, Naruto said in greeting. The Uchiha heir just nodded and grunted in reply, stepping into the room and leaning against the wall. Sakura and I were just talking about what she had in mind after dinner. She's got some pretty good ideas. Seeing Sasuke's questioning look, she repeated what she'd told him. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, I can see how we can benefit from that. Good thinking, Sakura. The pink-haired girl beamed at his praise. Dinner's ready. They heard Mebuki call out. Naruto wondered if this was what family dinners were always like. Kakashi guffawed at the many jokes he made, several of which had Naruto laughing as well as his daughter grumbled in exasperation while his wife occasionally chided him. Sasuke was quiet as usual, rarely speaking unless spoken to. It was nice, warm in a way he could only remember from birthday parties or his times at Ichiraku's. The food was great too. Mebuki had cooked a full-course meal. Steaming bowls of vegetables, a heaping bowl of rice, nori, miso soup, and grilled fish lay spread out at the center of the table. He could count on one hand the times he'd actually seen a full-course meal in front of him like this. Great food, Mebuki. Thanks again for having us over. Naruto said after swallowing a mouthful. Thank you for the compliment. You know, it's strange. Mebuki admitted as she looked at Naruto. It never occurred to me that you were actually a member of the Uzumaki clan. Same here. Members of the Uzumaki clan are so rare these days, I guess I just assumed. Kakashi chuckled sheepishly. And well, you know what they say about that. Naruto looked at them hopefully, eager to hear more about his lost family. Did you know anyone from my clan? Mebuki shook her head. Sorry, the only ones I knew of were only by reputation. Kakashi nodded in agreement beside her, much to the blonde's disappointment. He had really hoped to hear more about his mother from someone who grew up alongside her. So, do you three have any dreams or aspirations? Sakura's mother asked, drawing their attention. A lot of genin just look to get by. Trust me, that won't get you far. The way she said that said she was probably speaking from experience. Naruto smiled proudly and put his fist to his chest. Well, my dream is to become Hokage. I want to be the guy everyone in the village looks up to. Kakashi snorted and smiled, shaking his head. Hokage, huh? Well, there's something to be said about dreaming big. Well, you've got a long road ahead of you, but nothing worth doing as easy as they say. Mebuki turned to her daughter. Have you given any thought to your future? My future. Sakura's eyes darted back and forth, finally landing on Sasuke before bashfully looking away with a blush. Well, I mean, my dream is. I see that hasn't changed. Naruto noted flatly. But aside from that, Sakura then continued, I don't know. I want to be a great kunoichi someday, and I think I'd like learning to be a medic nin, but. She shrugged. I can't think of any real goals specifically. Mebuki smiled in approval. That's fine. You're just starting your career. It's no surprise you don't know what you want to do yet. I'm sure it'll come to you once you've gone out and experienced enough. She then turned to the Uchiha survivor. And Sasuke. The Uchiha looked at her for a moment before his eyes narrowed in determination. I've only ever had two things I wanted, to restore my clan. And avenge it. Kazashi looked at him seriously while Mebuki nodded and closed her eyes. I thought as much. It's understandable after what happened. Yeah, Naruto could somewhat understand why Sasuke wanted to restore his clan. He hadn't even known his own family, but he pined for them, mourned what had been lost, and wished to make them proud, both his parents and his clan. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to have all that, to have such an enormous family and lose them. Though he couldn't say that he agreed with how Sasuke had closed himself off from everyone. He hated being alone, and Sasuke had had so many people who wanted to be there for him. But maybe that was part of the problem. That, for all that they wanted to help him, they couldn't understand how he felt, and he knew it. I'm not going to say I understand or try to tell you how you should live your life, but listen, Mebuki said, regarding the Uchiha seriously. There are a lot of ninja out there who hold grudges. And a lot of them end up dying young because they fly off the handle when they cross paths with the one they're after. I'm not telling you shouldn't want revenge or that there are more important things. That's for you to decide. Just don't go after him until you know you're ready, okay? Sasuke was quiet for a moment before he gave a quick, "HN." There was silence for a moment before Kazashi spoke up. So was that yes, HN, no, HN, or whatever, HN. We need the context of the HN to fully understand and grasp the HN. Dad. Mebuki watched as the two genin said goodbye to her daughter and made their way to the door later that night. She had to say she was glad she'd agreed to allow them over when Sakura had asked her. Honestly, it had been much too long since her daughter had last had friends over. Not since she'd broken off her friendship with Ino and let her crush on the Uchiha dominate her social life, in fact. And Naruto. She and Kazashi had never hated him like a lot of the village, but they'd been a bit wary. After hearing about what happened in Wave, they had decided to give the boy the benefit of the doubt. He seemed like a good kid. From what she'd seen and heard, he was the type who would stand by his teammates no matter what, and what more could she want for her daughter's teammate? She couldn't help but worry about Sasuke, though. As she said, his behavior was perfectly understandable, given what he'd been through. But it was far from healthy. She could only hope his teammates could pull him out from the dark cloud that had been hanging over him. Remind him that he didn't have to go it alone. And they seemed to be doing a good job of that so far. Thank you for having us over, Sasuke said with a nod. Well, the boy may not show much respect these days, but at least he still knew how to show gratitude. Yeah, I had a great time. And I think it helped us a lot. Naruto said with cheer, his hands behind his head. Well, you two are welcome to come and visit whenever you want, just try to give us a heads up, alright? Sure thing, Mebuki. She smiled and nodded before looking between the two. And listen, I know that the two of you live on your own, and that isn't easy. I'm not going to pretend I understand what your situations are like, but if you ever feel the need to talk about something, my husband and I are here. It's the least we can do for Sakura's teammates. Naruto blinked before smiling again. You got it. Thanks a lot, really. Have a good night. She nodded. Same to both of you. Sasuke just grunted in response. She watched as the two walked off. Yes, this had been a good idea that her daughter had. She hoped that they took her up on that offer. It wasn't like they could fill the gap left by their parents, but she wanted to offer them what support she could. Children shouldn't grow up alone. That night, Sasuke stepped out of his bathroom, the night's events running through his head as he finished readying for bed. It had been a pleasant experience, he couldn't lie. They'd been pretty productive. Some of it they'd have to bring up with Kakashi, but they'd walked away with new ideas on how they could develop and combine their skills. Naruto had made an offer with his sealing jutsu that he could see a lot of potential in. And he had to admit he was glad to see Sakura turning over a new leaf. She'd also backed off on fawning over him, something he was infinitely grateful for. Honestly, it annoyed him to no end how the girls of his class would hang off him even when they barely knew him. Not to mention how most of them sacrificed their fighting skills to maintain their looks just to try and get his attention. Just stupid. What kind of life did they think they were signing up for? Well, at least she wasn't that way anymore. Much as he didn't want to rely on others, he had to admit she was becoming someone he wouldn't mind standing alongside. And the same went for Naruto. Though there had been hints of that as far back as their first encounter with Zabuza. When he had been assigned to a team, he had wished that he could just become the sole apprentice of a skilled jonin. Get around all the grunt work and become as powerful as possible as fast as he could. He had a long way to go to catch up to him. But this actually wasn't so bad. As he got to his bed, he looked at his nightstand. At the picture of his team on the day they officially passed. He thought of Sakura's earnest efforts to change. The few times they'd gone to Ichiraku Ramen at Naruto's behest. He smiled. Another day, another D-rank mission. Man, I can't wait to put these behind me, Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms as he and his team walked down the street after yet another mission that may as well be a chore. Weeks had passed since their first after-training get-together. It had become a somewhat regular thing for them, though they didn't always meet at Sakura's home. Something that Naruto was glad he'd decided to tidy his place up all that time ago. New ideas had been shared between them, and with Kakashi's help, they'd managed to make some of their ideas work out. And, of course, they'd taken plenty of D-rank missions. Can't forget about that. Today they'd had to clean trash out of the river. That was a lot of fun. Do the words, "Be careful what you wish for," mean anything to you? Sakura asked with a raised brow. Do you want to get into another mess like the wave mission? I have to agree with Naruto on this one, Sasuke admitted. We could be out getting real experience, but we're wasting time with these stupid chores instead. D-rank missions exist for a reason, you know, Kakashi spoke up, getting their attention from his place at the rear of their group. They turned to find that he once again had his nose in that orange book of his. For one thing, they're meant to teach some humility to genin who think they're ready to take on the world just because they graduated. He looked pointedly at all three, and Naruto could only chuckle and sheepishly rub the back of his head. Yeah, they'd all thought that in one form or another, before wave anyway. They also help your sensei get a better idea of your synergy before they take you into real combat. And you get a bit of spare change, not that you three need that. I hope. Yeah. He didn't know about his teammates, but that money Kakashi had given them had really been burning a hole in his pocket. He'd thought of all the things he could buy with it: tons of ramen, a better home, a new TV. But the blonde got the feeling his sensei would be disappointed if he did any of that. Besides, the stuff he had now had worked well enough. He had splurged a bit on ramen, gotten some mesh armor that he wore beneath his shirt, and stocked up on weapons and on ink and sealing supplies, but not much else. Just getting them some quality training gear had demolished Sakura's savings. That gave him second thoughts on what he should be spending his money on. Well anyway, I have to go make my report on today's mission, so that's it for today, their sensei said. Feel free to do some independent training, as always. You should know your limitations by now. And with that, he was gone, vanishing in a burst of speed. Naruto turned back to his teammates with his hands behind his head. So, you guys want to grab a bite or? He then heard a sort of hollow scratching behind him. He didn't even have to look, he knew what it was. They'd tried this before. He saw Sasuke and Sakura looking at something on the ground behind him with either minor annoyance or incredulity. Yep, just like he thought. Actually, I think I'm gonna take off and do some training by myself. Later. And then he formed a hand sign and disappeared as his sensei had. Unlike his teacher, he just leapt behind the nearby fence. Quietly, he walked back a few feet, hearing faint whispers and sounds of disappointment on the other side, before he silently climbed over the wooden barricade. Just like he thought, there on the ground was. Really? Naruto jumped down, channeling chakra to cushion his footfalls, took a few steps forward, and lifted up the cardboard box that had been painted to look like a rock. Three voices exclaimed in shock as he held their disguise above them and looked down at them flatly. A square rock? Seriously? Maybe try a fake wall or the transformation jutsu next time. Ah, you saw through us without even looking. That's the man I view as my rival. Konohamaru said, crossing his arms and trying to look tough in front of his two friends. The blonde grinned as he set the box on the ground. Hey, Konohamaru. You guys been working hard, I trust. And what's with the goggles, are you trying to copy me? Yep, nice touch, huh boss? Konohamaru said, shifting the goggles on his forehead with a wide grin. Naruto shrugged. What do you mean, I just wore those as a placeholder for when I'd get my forehead protector, you know. Naruto replied before he grinned again. But they work for you just fine. Just remember that's what you're aiming for when you've got them on, okay? Konohamaru's eyes lit up before he nodded excitedly. Are you free today? You said you'd play ninja with us. The girl beside Konohamaru spoke up. A ninja playing ninja? Sasuke asked flatly. Hey, how else am I supposed to help them out? They're a bit too young for our kind of training, you know. Naruto said back. Sakura thought about it before nodding. Fair enough. So, who are these three anyway? Let me introduce you. Naruto gestured towards the still silent boy. This is Udon. Then to the girl smiling shyly at them. That's Moegi. He then pointed to their leader, who stood as tall and proud as he could. And that's Konohamaru. He's the old man's grandson. Sakura's brows shot up. The old man. She then reeled in shock, looking between the blonde and his protege. Wait, you mean the third Hokage? Big surprise, right, but don't think that makes him special, he's just like any other little kid. Hey. But, Naruto began before looking at the younger boy. He's the guy who's going to be the Hokage after me. As long as he doesn't slack off. He smiled confidently. Right. Oh, right boss, Konohamaru raised his fist into the air. Naruto chuckled before looking at his teammates with a deadpan expression and waving dismissively. Seriously, though, don't give him any special treatment, he hates it. Surprisingly, Sasuke nodded and looked at the boy appraising Ly. Tired of living in your grandfather's shadow, huh? Konohamaru blinked at him. Yeah, I mean, everyone always looks at me as just the Hokage's grandson. Tell them at least, he said, looking at his friends and then at Naruto before returning his gaze to Sasuke. I want people to acknowledge me as my own person, and the boss told me that means I have to work hard until I can stand on my own 2 feet. Until I've made a name for myself. Sasuke nodded and closed his eyes. Well, it sounds like Naruto gave you good advice. Listen to him, and you'll get there someday. Sasuke had been less cold lately, but Naruto couldn't say he expected outright words of encouragement from him. Never mind the compliment. Konohamaru seemed surprised too before he grinned widely. Naruto smiled. Well, thanks for the support, Sasuke. He then gestured towards the Uchiha heir and the pink-haired girl. And these are my teammates, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. You just missed our sensei, Kakashi. Oh, so you're the boss's teammates. Nice to meet you, Konohamaru said. Naruto smiled as he watched the younger kids run over to his teammates, but then his eyes trained on 2 people walking towards them from further down the alleyway. A blonde girl with her hair in pigtails carrying a giant fan on her back and a hooded boy in all black with purple face paint. And both had forehead protectors with another village's symbol. Tsunade, if he remembered right. It wasn't long before the others turned to look at them too. What do we have here? The boy asked. His eyes squinted and seemingly closed, but his head turned to look at the discarded box. A couple of kids playing ninja. When Sasuke asked that, it was a question. This boy's tone, however, was mocking. Talking down to them. Yep, this guy wanted to start something. He wasn't about to take someone making a jab at his friends lying down. Well, what else are they going to do when they're in the academy? Naruto shot back. And they might be playing ninja, but at least they're not playing dress up. Does your mom know you raided her makeup supply? The blonde girl and Sakura giggled. Konohamaru and his gang burst out laughing while the boy snarled. It's war paint, asshole. Yeah, I didn't know war paint came in bright purple. The boy growled, raising a fist while the girl at his side sighed. How many times have I told you to lay off the face paint? No one else in our village dresses like that. Damn it, Tamari. Whose side are you on? Tamari, huh? Naruto asked as he turned to the girl, putting his hands behind his head. I take it you guys are here for the Chunin exams. That's right, Temari replied with a nod. Well, I'd give you guys a real Konoha greeting, but I think your teammates already worn out his welcome. You guys already know where to go. Sasuke spoke up. If so, then I suggest you take that one and beat it. He jerked his head at the boy in face paint. Oh, a couple of tough guys I see. In that case. Kankuro, back off. All eyes were drawn to a nearby tree. There, hanging upside down, was a boy with short, spiky auburn hair, with a tan gourd at his back that was nearly as big as he was. Oddly, the kanji for love had been tattooed on the side of his forehead. He stood with his arms crossed, his face utterly apathetic as his cold green eyes gazing down at the black-clad boy. Taking in his teammates' reaction, he realized none of them had even noticed his presence. Beads of sweat broke out over Kankuro and Temari's foreheads as they stared up at the newcomer. A single glance was all that was needed to know that they were afraid. The face-painted boy plastered a smile on his face, trying to accommodate the other Sangenin. You're embarrassing our village, the boy continued. But they started. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Kankuro trembled. While the new kid didn't show any malice beyond the empty gaze he gave his apparent teammate, his reaction made it clear that he believed he'd do it without a moment's thought. That put him on edge. Sure, the kid was a jerk, but to be intimidated by his own teammate. The boy vanished from his spot in a swirl of sand before reappearing in between his teammates. My apologies for my teammates' behavior. We may have gotten here early, but that's no excuse to play around. He then turned and began to walk away. Let's go. Hang on, Naruto said, getting their attention. They all turned to face him. I got your teammates' names, but not yours. Gaara of the desert, the red-haired boy answered. And you three, I assume you'll be at the exams too. Naruto shrugged. Dunno. The application's today, and our sensei's been tight-lipped about it. Gaara nodded before looking at the three appraising Ly. What are your names, in case you do participate? Naruto smirked confidently. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke did the same. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura, on the other hand, just frowned. Sakura Haruno. The Sand Genin nodded and walked away with his teammates. What was that about? Sakura asked as she stepped forward. You want to fight him or something? Kinda, Naruto said, frowning at their retreating forms. He seemed strong, and I'm always up for a good fight, but something about how his teammates acted around him rubs me the wrong way. Well, at least we know it won't be boring, Sasuke said. All in all, gate guarding duty was one of the dullest things one could pull. The man currently guarding the village's main entrance couldn't help but think. Sure, some thought boring was good, especially when exciting could mean you're risking life and limb, but most would agree that this was one of the worst jobs you could pull short of catching Tora the cat. Sure, there'd usually be a steady trickle of people coming in and out of the village, but it's not like you were a bartender. You'd usually share 2 or 3 sentences and then send them on their way. And spend all the rest of your time watching the clouds go by. Wow, this place is huge. A young female voice caught his attention. Walking down the road was a group of 4, the forehead protectors they wore marked them as shinobi of Taki. Earlier exam takers, he saw. The sole girl in the group, a young genin with green hair, ran ahead. Her eyes were alight with excitement, and she wore a smile on her face as she looked up at the gates and the Hokage monument beyond. I can't wait to go sightseeing. This is going to be so much fun. One of the boys sighed. There she goes again, 5th time since we left. The Jonin just shook his head. Just let it go. At least she's not running off into the wilderness this time. Worst comes the worst, we can find her in the village. The girl just laughed as she ran towards the gate. As had become routine for Team 7 Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for their sensei, this time on a bridge. Naruto and Sakura quietly read books while Naruto wrote on a scroll lying on the ground. Or at least he tried to. Today was the day. The Chunin exams were tomorrow. Kakashi had made his decision, they just had to wait for him to show up. The blonde had been on pins and needles since he'd woken up, and even as he tried to draw another seal as practice, he couldn't help but look up for any sign that their sensei had arrived. Half an hour later saw Naruto bouncing on his feet as his head turned from side to side. Damn it, you'd think he'd at least show up on time on a day like this. Did you forget who you're talking about? Sakura asked as she leaned back against the railing. Just be patient, he'll get here when he gets here. Like always. She grumbled the last words with resignation. It was another full hour before Kakashi finally decided to show himself. Hey, guys. Kakashi greeted his team with a casual wave as he suddenly appeared, crouching on nearby Torii Gate. Sorry I'm late, afraid I got lost on the road of life. He said with a straight face as if that was in any way a valid excuse. That's your worst one yet, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto grumbled as he crossed his arms. That right there. That's why no one ever believes you. Sakura said, jabbing her finger at the man with a glare. Well, never mind that, Kakashi said as he reappeared in front of them. Naruto immediately ran up to the silver-haired Jonin, going from annoyed to excited in the blink of an eye. So what did you decide? Are we in? Well, Kakashi began, cupping his chin and trailing off. Before he quickly reached into his pouch and pulled out 3 slips of paper, giving them one of his eye smiles. Yes. Naruto immediately let out a cheer and pumped his fist in the air as Sasuke and Sakura joined him. Their sensei looked over them as he handed out the forms. The 3 of you have come a long way. It hasn't exactly been easy, and I wish it hadn't taken what it did to put us on the right track, but I think you're ready. That said, it's up to you whether or not you actually sign the application and go through with it. Oh, come on, you think we'd back down now after all the work we put in? Naruto asked with a smirk. Sasuke gave a grunt of agreement beside him while Sakura just stared down at the form with a frown on her face. No, knowing you 3, I don't expect you would, Kakashi replied. But, I felt it needed to be said. Anyway, given that the exams begin tomorrow, that'll be all for today. Take the rest of the day off, relax, do what you need to get ready. Bring those forms to room 301 at 4 p.m. Now, dismissed. And with that, he vanished, leaving the trio alone. Well, I guess we're done here. Real nice of Kakashi-sensei to keep us waiting just for a 5-minute meeting. Naruto said as he looked at his teammates. Shouldn't have expected anything less at this point, Sasuke said with a shrug. He then turned to Sakura. It's pretty clear where we stand, but what about you? Think you're up for this? Sakura seemed uncertain for a moment, staring down at the paper in her hands before she looked up and nodded with a determined expression. Sasuke smirked. Good. For the record, I think so too. The pink-haired girl beamed at those words from her crush. More and more, Naruto had found himself wondering if he even had a chance with her. She seemed to only have eyes for Sasuke. Well, at least he could say they were friends. That was a step up from before, and he liked the way things were between them now. Alright, tomorrow we're going to kick ass and take names. Naruto said, pumping his fist. Let's celebrate. Who's up for Ichiraku's? My treat. Ramen, again. Sakura asked with a sigh before she smiled. I guess they are the best at what they do in the village. Try the whole continent. Sakura chuckled at his never-ending praise for his favorite ramen shop. Well, I'm not saying no to free food. Sasuke shrugged. Might as well. A far cry from a few months ago, when he probably would have just scoffed and walked away. He'd have been lucky to get a, no thanks, before he took off. Naruto grinned brightly and couldn't help but think of the first day they'd become a team. How Sasuke would ignore them if he could, and how he would usually put him down. How Sakura would yell at him for any little thing or if he mouthed off at Sasuke. Yes, things had changed a lot between them since then. And he wouldn't have it any other way. Naruto grinned as he ran down the familiar path to the academy. The blonde could barely contain his excitement. Ahead lied the best genin Konoha and the other villages had to offer. That meant the chance to meet some incredible people and fight lots of powerful opponents. Challenges that would push his team to their limits, where they could show the result of all the hard work they'd put in. And at the end of it all, his team would take the next step on their path as ninja. He was sure of it. Arriving at the academy, he found Sasuke already standing at the entrance. As he neared the building, he saw Sakura coming up from another direction. Looks like she was right on time, but then she'd been the one to suggest they get here with half an hour to spare. He slowed down to give Sakura a chance to catch up. "Hey guys," he greeted loud enough that both could hear him. "Good afternoon Naruto." "Sasuke," Sakura said as she neared. Sasuke acknowledged both with a grunt as they joined him. Together they entered the building and walked up the stairs. But as they reached the second floor, Naruto noticed something strange. The signs all said this was the third floor. The room numbers all said the same. What the hell? It was then that he noticed a commotion at the end of the hall. A large group of kids around his own age gathered around a door blocked by two other genin. He heard the sound of a blow and someone crashing to the ground as they got near. When he looked at the room numbers, he saw why. They were standing in front of room 301. Or so it would seem. Seriously, did all these guys fall for that? Naruto asked in slight disbelief as he looked around at all the kids making fools of themselves. Sasuke scoffed. Looks like someone decided to weed out the scrubs. If they can't see through something like this, then they've got no business being here. Yeah, let's just get around them with body flicker, Naruto replied. He then noticed Sakura was staring into the crowd. Something wrong. Oh no, nothing's wrong, Sakura replied with a shake of her head. You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up. And with that, she walked off towards the ongoing commotion. Naruto raised a brow before shrugging. He and Sasuke then both made the tiger seal and vanished in a burst of speed, traversing the familiar halls in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by the would-be exam takers. They reappeared further in the building, out of sight of the other genin. Both looked back for a moment, wondering about their teammate before continuing on their way. The pink-haired girl rejoined them a few moments later. So what was that all about? I noticed Tenten in the crowd, Sakura answered. I knew she had to have seen through that lame trick, so I wanted to ask what she was up to. Apparently, her team didn't want to draw attention to themselves. They figured if they played along, everyone would underestimate them. Smart, Sasuke acknowledged, but a waste of time if you ask me. I doubt most people who saw through that stunt would pay enough attention to the crowd to recognize them. Meh, you never know, they could get lucky, Naruto said as he put his hands behind his head. Sakura picked Tenten out of the mob after all. Nothing to lose trying, right? I guess you have a point, Sasuke conceded. As they entered the large, open room that led to the next flight of stairs, a voice called out to them from above. Hang on. At that, the genin stopped and looked above. Standing on the next floor was a boy who looked to be about their age. He had shiny black hair styled into a bowl cut and the largest pair of eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. He wore a green jumpsuit with bandages tied around his hands and forearms, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector tied around his waist like a belt. The boy leapt down, landing in a crouch before standing upright and walking over to them and looking to Sakura. Hi there. Sakura raised a brow, looking a bit uncomfortable. Hi. My name is Rock Lee. Can I ask for yours? The older boy asked. And was he blushing? Lee. Oh, you're one of Tenten's teammates. Sakura realized with a smile. She's told me a bit about you guys. I'm Sakura Haruno. So Tenten did mention me. It's nice to meet you. And then he gave her a thumbs up and gave her a confident grin. His teeth seemed to sparkle, like a nice guy from a cartoon. Let's go out sometime. I'll protect you with my life. That caught Sakura completely flat-footed. She just gaped at him for a moment. Naruto couldn't help but snicker at the look on her face while Sasuke just raised a brow. Sorry, no. Rock Lee seemed to deflate at the rejection. He slumped forward, his arms hanging limply in front of him with a devastated expression on his face. Why not? Look Lee, I'm flattered and all. Sakura said, rubbing the back of her head and looking away. But, I'm interested in someone else. And besides, I just met you. Lee seemed to sulk for a second. Having been rejected by Sakura before himself, Naruto stepped forward and gave the green-clad boy a pat on the shoulder. He couldn't help but think the bushy-browed boy was lucky, a few months ago and she probably would have insulted him. That answer caused the boy to rebound, however. And he brought a fist to his chest as his eyes burned with determination. Of course, you have no reason to believe me right now. Just watch, I will not stop until I prove myself worthy of your affections. Sakura took a step back. Ah, okay. He then turned to Naruto for a brief moment to nod and say, thank you. Then his attention shifted to Sasuke. But that's not the only reason I came here, he stated as he moved to stand across from the Uchiha. You must have heard my name just now. What is yours? Sasuke Uchiha. Rock Lee nodded. So it is as I thought, you are the progeny of the famous Uchiha clan. And that would make you this year's #1 rookie. His feet shifted, one foot before the other as he put one arm behind his back and raised the other, held flat in front of him. Will you fight me, here and now? It would be an honor to test my strength against someone of your renown. You want to fight me because of my family name? Sasuke asked, frowning. Fine, I'll show you what the Uchiha are capable of. Naruto placed his hands behind his head as he looked at his teammate, his eyes squinted near shut. You sure about this, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded as he fell into his own fighting stance. Yeah, I'm not one to back down from a challenge. The blonde shrugged. Naruto couldn't exactly blame the Uchiha, they were alike in that way. He stepped back and out of the way along with Sakura. For a moment, the two boys stared each other down before Sasuke made the first move, charging forward. As the Uchiha heir neared, the green-clad boy vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing in the air above and launching a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's face. Sasuke ducked down to dodge, but the moment Lee landed, he continued the motion. Sasuke fell to the side and put his palm on the ground, letting the attack pass over him before he launched himself back, and landing in a crouch before making a tiger seal. Mirroring Lee, he vanished in a flurry of motion, reappearing above Lee and bringing his leg down in an axe kick. The boy blocked with his arm, but Sasuke twisted his body into a sweeping kick of his own, forcing the older genin back as he placed his palm on the floor and flipped backward onto his feet. He immediately launched himself at the green-clad genin, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Lee brushed the attack aside and raised his leg to counterattack, but Sasuke jumped over the kick, flipping in the air and landing facing toward his foe. The Uchiha heir closed his eyes and smirked confidently. When he opened them, his eyes had both been dyed crimson, with 2 tomo marks in each eye. So, he decided to pull out the Sharingan. Naruto wasn't sure of his opinion on that. He sure as hell wasn't going to show off his chains unless he knew he'd been backed into a corner. Playing your best cards too early is what got Kakashi Sensei in trouble with Zabuza. Well, Sasuke probably knew what he was doing. Sasuke once more charged at Lee and threw a flurry of blows at the older genin, only for him to block or weave around them. The exchange ended in a jab from Sasuke. The attack was swept aside by Lee, but Sasuke used the momentum to spin into a kick. Only for Lee to blur into motion, ducking under the blow and kicking Sasuke square in the jaw, sending him flying into the air. Naruto took a step forward while he heard Sakura gasp beside him. So this is the famous Sharingan, the eye said to be able to pierce any genjutsu and reveal the secrets of all ninjutsu. However, Lee crouched down before vanishing in a blur once more, reappearing behind Sasuke. It's not as effective against taijutsu. This is Dancing Leaf Shadow. Sasuke identified the technique. Good eye, Lee complimented. I came here to prove that hard work can match raw talent, even that of the famous Uchiha clan. He said as the bandages around his arm began to unravel. Now, this is the end. Only for them to be pinned to the wall by a pinwheel. What? As Lee was snagged, the Uchiha heir began to fall to the ground. Naruto and Sakura ran towards him, Sakura diving to break his fall, ducking down to her knees as she caught him. Lee, what were you thinking? They turned to see Lee kneeling on the floor while being berated by a turtle. This just got weirder and weirder. Naruto raised a brow, not sure what to think about what he was witnessing. Hey, is that turtle a summon? I guess. Sakura replied with uncertainty as Sasuke got back on his feet. She followed a moment later. That technique is forbidden, the turtle declared sternly, causing Lee to cower. But I wasn't going to use the other one. Lee weakly defended himself. You fool. You think you can get away with an excuse like that? The turtle yelled, causing the green-clad genin to cringe. He stood upright and hung his head down, giving up all attempts to defend himself. You already know a shinobi should never reveal their secret techniques unless it's necessary. I know. Are you prepared to pay the price? Yes, sit. Then come on out, Guy-sensei. The turtle beckoned, and then a burst of smoke erupted from his back. It cleared to reveal a well-built man. He was clad in the same green bodysuit as Lee. In fact, the boy seemed to almost be a clone of him. Right down to the eyebrows. He stood on the turtle's shell flamboyantly, hip cocked, one arm in the air, one hand circled around his eye. Hey, everybody. Life treating you good? Naruto's jaw dropped as he and Sasuke stared utterly perplexed at the man's appearance. This is Kakashi-sensei's rival. Sakura's reaction was different, however. She brought her hand to her forehead in chagrin as the man mirrored Lee's earlier, nice guy, stance. Complete with sparkling teeth. Oh boy, the pink-haired girl groaned. Lee, the man said, turning from them to his own student. Are you prepared? I am, the boy said, squaring his shoulders and bracing himself. You. Guy pulled back his fist and closed the distance between himself and his student in the blink of an eye. Idiot. His fist slammed into his student's face with such force that the teen was sent flying halfway across the room, blood flying from his nose. He tumbled across the floor and came to a stop in a heap on the ground. Once more, Naruto and Sasuke could only gape, while Sakura just stared dully at the proceedings. Guy walked over to his student as he slowly picked himself off the ground. He kneeled down just a foot away from his student. Lee, you. Guy-sensei, Lee said as he looked up at his teacher. It's okay, Lee. You don't have to say any more. For a moment, they both stared, tears streaming from their eyes. Then, against all odds, things got even weirder. Lee threw himself at his sensei. The two embraced, sobbing as they held each other. And to add to the sheer bizarreness of it all, the image of a fading sunset over the ocean appeared behind them, waves crashing upon the craggy shores. Sasuke's disbelief had turned into pure annoyance. Naruto couldn't pull his eyes away, no matter how much he wanted to. It was like watching an unfolding disaster that left you rooted to the spot, desperate to run, look away or do something while your body refused to move. Sakura just sighed, shaking her head and shrugging as if to say, what can you do? Yep, that's Guy, all right. Oh, right, she was friends with another one of his students. She'd probably heard stories. Finally, they broke their embrace and stood. Guy put his hand on his student's shoulder. It's all right, Lee. It's normal to make mistakes when you're young. You're too kind, Guy-sensei, Lee said gratefully. However, you started a fight and nearly broke one of the rules I set. For that, you'll need a more substantial punishment. He then raised his fist into the air. 500 laps around the training ground after the exams. Yes, Guy-sensei. Naruto's heart went out to Tenten, as well as whoever their other teammate was if this is what they had to deal with every day. It was then that the older of the green-clad duo turned to one massively browed eye on them. Hey, kids. How's Kakashi-sensei doing? Still treating you right? Yeah, he's good, Naruto replied, and then what Guy said nudged something in his mind. He remembered how Kakashi was worried Tenten would tell Guy. The blonde snickered. Gave him a talking to, huh? Guy bowed his head, bringing a trembling fist to his chest. I was so disappointed what I heard from Tenten how little he taught you. I was afraid that he had passed into the twilight of his youth too soon. He looked up and gave them a thumbs up as he smiled, revealing sparkling teeth. But all it took were my words and your determination to reignite his flames of youth. I'm glad to see he hasn't faltered since. Suddenly, an image came to Naruto's mind. He pictured the embrace between teacher and student from moments earlier except in place of Lee, it was Kakashi, trying desperately to talk Guy out of it. He was ignored. The man grabbed him and pulled him into a hug as the sunset illusion shined. Kakashi groaned in dismay, a mortified expression visible on what little of his face you could see. He immediately burst out laughing. Hey, are you laughing at Guy-sensei? Lee yelled, furious at any perceived slight against his beloved teacher. And no, he just reminded me of something, is all. Naruto managed to get out amid peals of laughter. Guy seemed to ignore his mirth. Anyway, you guys and Lee should head to the classroom. He then threw a kunai at the pinwheel, freeing Lee's bandages. Good luck, Lee. Later. And with that, he vanished. There was no blur of motion. He was there one moment and gone the next. Thank you, Guy-sensei, Lee said, reapplying his bandages. Sasuke, I'll tell you one more thing. While I challenged you to test my abilities, there's someone else I want to fight. My teammate, Neji. He is probably the most powerful genin in Konoha. He smiled confidently. I entered these exams to defeat him, but I intend to prove myself against you as well. Be prepared. He then leapt up to the floor above and left. Sasuke scoffed. He won this round, but neither of us showed our best stuff. Next time. Huh. He turned to Naruto, who had outright collapsed in laughter now. Alright, what's so funny? Sakura asked with a frown, putting her hands on her hips. Remember how they hugged just now? Don't remind me. Remember what Kakashi-sensei said about Guy finding out how he taught us. His teammates looked at each other for a moment. Sakura soon joined him in laughter, while Sasuke chuckled with a small grin. Once they calmed themselves down, the trio made their way up the stair and towards classroom 301, to the next step on their journey as shinobi. As they reached the room, they found Kakashi standing in front of the door. The silver-haired Jonin had his hands in his pockets as he greeted them. Hey, guys. Glad you all made it. Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here? Came to wish us luck? Naruto asked. More or less. The copy ninja replied with a nod. Truthfully, you can only take this exam as a team of 3, but I would have been surprised if any of you had backed down. He then looked over his students. I just came to say one last time. I'm proud of you all. And I have faith that you'll go far here. Naruto and Sakura smiled, while Sasuke smirked at the vote of confidence. Now, go. The 3 walked past their sensei and opened the door to the designated room. The moment the threshold creaked open, every eye in the room turned to them. The 3 genins of Team 7 found themselves the subject of glares from a room full of dozens of other hopefuls from numerous villages, some around their age, some older and even nearing adulthood. A wave of killing intent washed over them, thrown out by some of the more aggressive genin. The 3 barely had time to process this before Sasuke was suddenly pounced on from behind. Sasuke, you're here, cried a familiar voice. Hanging on the back of Sasuke, much to the Uchiha heir's annoyance, was a girl with blue eyes and long, platinum blonde hair tied in a ponytail with a bang framing the right side of her face. She wore a purple blouse and a matching apron skirt with her forehead protector tied around her waist like a belt, bandages covering her thighs and midriff. Ino Yamanaka, Sakura's former friend and rival in love. The pink-haired girl had mentioned that she'd tried to smooth things over with the blonde. Apparently, it hadn't gone well. You have no idea how much I was hoping you'd be here. The blonde asked as she hung off Sasuke's neck, oblivious to the irritated look he was giving her. I've missed those brooding good looks. Have you missed me too? Sakura's eye twitched. Get off of him, Ino. Oh, Sakura, they let you and that billboard-sized brow of yours in here too? Ino asked, pulling down her eyelid and sticking her tongue out at her. So you're here too, huh? How troublesome. Another blast from the past drew Naruto's attention. He turned to see Ino's teammates, a boy with short black hair tied in a spiky ponytail. He wore a short-sleeved gray jacket over a mesh-armored t-shirt and brown pants. He looked like he was in a perpetual state of boredom. This was Shikamaru Nara, easily the laziest person Naruto had ever met. I knew this would be a pain, but I didn't know it'd be this bad. Naruto put his hands behind his head and grinned. Let me guess, you're only here because Ino dragged you in, am I right? No prizes for that one, Shikamaru answered, completely unashamed. Naruto just chuckled. Shikamaru hadn't changed at all. And neither had the other boy at his side, he saw. Choji Akamichi was a rather, well, he'd put it chubby, kid. He had spiky brown hair that stood up straight, divided into 2 parts by his unique forehead protector. He wore a short-sleeved, green haori with a long white scarf over a white shirt with the kanji for food, together with black shorts and bandages over his legs and forearms. He said nothing, just munched contentedly on his bag of potato chips. Yahoo, we found you guys. The Konoha genin all turned to see another familiar face. Looks like the gang's all here. Kiba Inuzuka was a wild-looking boy. He had black eyes with vertical slit pupils and sharp canine teeth and wore dark grayish pants and a gray coat lined with black fur with its hood up. On his head sat a small white dog that went with him wherever he went. "Oh, hi Naruto." Beside him, his teammate Hinata Hyuga greeted him. Hinata was a pale, slender girl with the featureless white eyes that all of her clan had. She had dark blue hair styled in a Heim cut and wore a cream-colored hoodie with flame symbols on the upper sleeves and white fur around the cuffs and hem. With dark navy blue pants. When Naruto looked at her, she blushed and looked away. Completing the trio was Shino Aburame. He had bushy brown hair and wore round sunglasses at all times. Naruto didn't think anyone back in his class had even seen his eyes before. He wore a sea green jacket with an upturned collar and brown pants. "Looks like all the rookies are taking the exam this year. I wonder how far we'll get." "Huh, Sasuke," Kiba said with a confident smirk as he looked to the former head of their class. "We've been training like crazy. We're going all the way to the top." "Meh, keep thinking that. You'll be bragging right up until we send you to the vet." Naruto shot back. "What was that?" "Geez, you guys need to calm down," a new voice cut in. As one, the 9 rookies turned to see an older boy coming their way. The newcomer looked like he was at the tail end of his teen years. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair tied in a ponytail and sported a pair of black-rimmed, circular glasses. He wore a purple, high-collared sleeveless shirt with matching pants, a white undershirt, and a white cloth waistband. "You guys are rookies fresh out of the academy, right? It's pretty obvious, you're acting a bunch of like schoolgirls. This isn't a picnic, you know." "And just who are you?" Ino asked, clearly annoyed at the older genin for interrupting their back and forth. "My name's Kabuto. But instead of focusing on me, you should look behind you." The genin did so and saw a group of genin with the symbol for a megakure on their forehead protectors glaring at them. Suddenly, they became aware of a small amount of killing intent aimed their way. It was barely noticeable, but now that they were focused on the source, they could all feel it. "Those guys are from AIM. I hear they have short tempers. Everyone here's on pins and needles, so you should pipe down before you cause a scene." Some of the other genin seemed a bit unnerved. Kiba lost his confident stance. Ino shivered. Hinata took a step back. But after facing the likes of Zabuza, Team 7 was unaffected for the most part. "I can't say I blame you for being clueless." Kabuto continued with a shrug. "You're just a bunch of cute rookies, after all. You remind me of how I used to be." "So, this isn't your first time, then?" Sakura asked. "No. In fact, this is my 7th time taking these exams," Kabuto replied as he reached back into his pouch. Yikes. Well, given that Naruto had failed the genin exam, even if only due to chakra control issues, he had no room to talk. "So, I guess that means you know a lot about what's going on here," Naruto guessed, putting his hands behind his head. "Are these exams always about the same? How do they shake things up?" "Good question," Kabuto commented as he pulled out a deck of cards. "Well, it'd be no fun to spoil the surprise for the newbies, but suffice to say the latter stages of the exam are always the same, but they're testing your combat skill, among other things. The first test is the one that's always something different, though they tend to run in a similar vein." He held up the cards, spreading them out to display them to the younger genin. "These are my ninja info cards. They've got all the information I've amassed from my years taking these exams." "Ninja info cards?" Ino asked. Kabuto placed one card on the ground and put his index finger on it. "They look blank, but once I've channeled some chakra into it." Wind raged around the card for a brief moment before suddenly, a map of the elemental nations became visible. It was arranged in a bar graph indicating the number of participants sent by their hidden village. And they reveal their secrets. "Look here, Konoha has the most teams, no surprise given it's our home turf." Followed by Sunagaku, AIM, Kusa, Taki, and Oto said one team. "Do you have cards on individual ninja?" Sasuke asked. "Oh, curious about someone?" Kabuto questioned. "Rock Lee of Konoha, and Gaara of Suna." You already know their names." "That's no fun," Kabuto said as he drew 2 cards from the deck. He placed one on the ground and revealed it to the group. It had a picture of the genin, a graph of their statistics, and even their mission history. "Rock Lee. He's a year older than you guys. He's done 20 D ranks and 11 C rank missions. His sensei is Guy, and his teammates are Neji Hyuga and Tenten. He was the dead last in the academy, but since he's made great strides with his taijutsu since he graduated, but his other skills are questionable at best. He then unveiled his second card. Gaara of the Desert. He's from another village, so I don't have much information on his abilities, but he's done 8 C rank missions and, whoa, a B rank as a genin. It's also rumored he's never even been scratched before. The genin silently took in his information. As you can see, all the villages have sent the best they could muster to try to improve their standing or make a name for themselves. Well, I can't say much about Oto since they're a small village that was just started up, but the other villages are filled with talented kids like Gaara and Lee. That's a bit discouraging, Hinata spoke timidly. It's to be expected. Only the best of the best are nominated for the exams. Kabuto replied. This is no cakewalk. Hinata wasn't the only one of the rookies feeling intimidated, but Naruto just grinned, excitement brimming in his blue eyes. When Sakura noticed, she just shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. Here we go, the pink-haired girl said, drawing Ino's attention. Naruto turned back to the crowd of assembled genin and pointed, calling them all out. Alright, listen up. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and if anyone wants a piece of me, I'll gladly introduce your face to the floor. What the hell is he thinking? Ino yelled as she turned to her former friend. Meh, that's Naruto for you, Sakura replied before smiling and turning to Sasuke. Besides, while I can't say I'm that sure of myself, I'm sure Sasuke feels the same way. The Uchiha's smirk was all the answer they needed. Grinning, the blonde turned back to his teammates and put his hands on the back of his head. Not at all caring that he'd probably just made himself a target. It was just fine with him, with all the work they'd done, Naruto was sure they could take whatever came their way. Then, in an instant, he was alert. As were Sasuke and Sakura, he saw trained instinct alerting them to an impending attack. Looking out the corner of his eye, he saw 3 blurs moving almost unnoticed through the crowd of genin. And they were converging on Kabuto. He wasn't about to let someone attack a fellow Konoha shinobi. A moment later, a boy with black, spiky hair, the symbol of Oto on his forehead protector, jumped into the air and threw 2 kunai at Kabuto, who leapt back to dodge. In an instant, another Oto genin appeared in front of Kabuto, fist cocked back to attack. He never had the chance. In an instant, Sasuke appeared in the air beside him in a burst of speed. The Oto genin had no time to react before the Uchiha delivered a sweeping kick to his chest, sending him flying back into the wall. His spiky-haired teammate grits his teeth as he landed, immediately moving to charge forward with his air raised to attack. Too bad, now it was Naruto's turn. He blurred into motion, reappearing in a crouch before the Oto genin and within his guard. He had just enough time to look shocked before Naruto delivered an uppercut to his chin before spinning into a kick that slammed right into his solar plexus. The boy went flying into the air and towards the crowd, which parted. He flipped back and landed on his feet, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth on his sleeve as he grits his teeth at the blonde, who scowled back. The Oto team's final member, a kunoichi with long black hair, appeared on their flank. Her hands crossed over her chest, senbon held between her fingers. Now it was Sakura's time to shine. The pink-haired kunoichi appeared in the air above the other genin, who immediately threw her senbon in an attempt to turn Sakura into a pincushion. She was disappointed when they sailed right through her. She'd been fooled by a simple clone jutsu. And the distraction was all the time Sakura needed to appear in front of her. A throat punch had her grasping at her neck, leaving her open to a jab to the stomach. Sakura spun and slammed her foot into the genin's face, sending her reeling. Trying to attack a ninja of Konoha here, before these exams even start. You 3 must be dumber than you look. Naruto growled. I'm gonna make you regret that, punk. The spiky-haired boy snarled. Just try it, and I'll send you back to Oto on a stretcher. Quiet down, you worthless bastards. A rough voice called out. At that instant, a massive cloud of smoke erupted at the front of the room. When it cleared, several adult shinobi were standing behind a man who was clearly their leader. He was a tall, imposing man with 2 long scars on his face, one that trailed from below his right eye down the side and the other from beside his left eye down through his lip. He wore a bandana-style forehead protector and a black trench coat over a dark-colored Konoha Intelligence Division uniform. Thanks for waiting. I'm Ibiki Morino, the proctor for the first stage of the exam. The intimidating figure had quite a few of the genin in the mass of hopefuls count. The man then pointed at rookies and those around them. There will be more fighting while I'm here, got it? Unless you want to be disqualified before we even get started. Hey, don't look at us. These three were the ones who wanted to start something. Naruto said with a shrug. I don't care who started it, I'm ending it. Apologies. We got carried away. The bandaged Oto genin said. Ibiki just scoffed. Let me say this now. There's to be no fighting without express permission from an examiner, and even then killing will not be tolerated. Do I make myself clear? No one questioned him. Good. We will now start the first stage of the Chunin exams. Instead of your current seating arrangements, you'll draw tabs and sit in the seat you're assigned. We will then hand out the exams. One of the proctors held up a stack of papers. Naruto's eye twitched. A paper test? Are you kidding me? Naruto sighed, chin resting on his hand as he waited on the proctors to just get on with it. When he had imagined what kind of challenges these exams held, a paper test had decidedly not been among them. What was even the point? What could a written test prove about your ability to be a Chunin? This was going to be troublesome, as Shikamaru would say, wasn't it? Naruto. A quiet voice beside him said. He looked to see Hinata sitting beside him. He hadn't even noticed her. Let's do our best, she said with an encouraging smile and a light blush. Naruto smiled and nodded, and her blush deepened. Odd. Don't turn your tests over yet. Listen to what I have to say. Ibiki ordered before tapping a stick of chalk on the blackboard behind him. I'll now explain the rules of the test. I'll write them on the chalkboard as I go on, but questions will not be answered, so listen closely. I'm only going to say this once. The first rule, you all start with 10 points and the same number of questions. It works on a subtraction system, so you lose 1 point for each wrong answer. The second rule is that this is a team test. Whether you pass or fail will be determined by your team's combined score. The third rule is that anyone caught cheating will have 2 points deducted for every offense. Lose all your points, you're out. And so is your team. We've got our eyes on you. One of the Chunin said, reclining in his chair with a smirk, freaking out some of the genin. Anyone fool enough to be caught cheating doesn't deserve to be here, Ibiki smirked. If you want to be considered shinobi, then prove your worth. As for the final rule, should you lose all your points for any reason, your teammates will be disqualified along with you. He took a moment to bask as that sank in. Now, begin. Naruto grit his teeth and turned over his test, grabbing his pencil and ready to show that all that studying Kakashi had made him do wasn't for nothing. Then he looked at the test. Skipping over the first question. Then the second. Then the third, he came to a realization, he couldn't answer a single one. He went back to the first question. Practically burned a hole in the paper as he tried to work it out. Tapped his pencil on the table as a cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. How could it possibly be this hard? He went over the questions, again and again, hoping something would click. It never did, and he could hear more and more pencils meeting paper as the minutes ticked by. How could he still do this bad after all the time he spent catching up? Okay, calm down. Like Kakashi Sensei said, getting frustrated won't help anything. He took a calming breath and looked back at the test again. Still, he failed to figure out even a single question. Hang on, there was no way the test could be this hard. It was in a whole different league than the tests at the academy. Sure, this was the next step up, but still. And it's not like their Jonin sensei kept up their schooling. Sure, Kakashi had him catching up on what he missed, not that he didn't plan to stop there, but that was a special case. Things he needed to know. Not complex mathematics and trajectories and… Oh, that's how it was. Naruto had been right, stuff like this had nothing to do with being a Chunin. They weren't supposed to prove what they knew, they were supposed to cheat and not get caught. That was a problem, though. He had some ways of getting information, but none of them would work with all the proctors watching him. Well, fortunately, a test like this took your team's information sharing abilities to task too. He put his pencil to his chin as he thought. Not on the test, mind you. Kakashi had told them all something during their training: if you find a weakness in yourself, do your best to cover it. He was thinking of how he could avoid being caught in a situation like this again. It was then that what he was waiting for happened. He felt a genjutsu fall over him but didn't fight it. Words appeared in front of him, suspended in midair. Thank you, Sakura. You're a lifesaver, Naruto thought. It was one of the ideas they had hit upon during one of their brainstorming sessions about sharing information, a genjutsu made for communication. They needed a lot of help from Kakashi, and it wasn't something he could use since genjutsu was his worst subject, but they'd pulled it off. They'd been hoping for more, but this worked for now. Naruto copied the answers and smiled. But that turned into a frown when he got to the end. The 10th question was blank. It just said it would be revealed after the 45-minute mark. Well, whatever. Nothing to do now but wait. It wasn't too long after that the test saw its first dismissal. They were just the first. Time passed, a few more teams got the as before. Finally, Ibiki called out, "Alright, listen up. It's time to unveil the 10th and final question. But before that, there are some additional rules to go over." It was at that moment that face paint wearing guy, Kankuro, walked back into the room. "Ah, aren't you lucky? You came back just in time. I hope you found your trip to the bathroom enlightening." Considering how much weight he put on that last word, Kankuro probably just got busted for something. Either way, he went back to his seat. These two rules only apply to the 10th question. Listen carefully, and try not to let them frighten you. Ibiki began. First of all, it is up to you if you want to take the 10th question. Whoa, wait a second. It's up to us. What kind of rule is that? Tamari asked. What happens if we don't take it? If you choose not to take the 10th question, then you will instantly lose all your points. In other words, you and your team will automatically fail. What the hell is that? One of the genin called out. Then, of course, we'll take it. Another said. And as for the other rule. The scarred man paused to let the tension build for a moment, then delivered the blow. If you choose to take this question and answer incorrectly, you will be banned from the Chunin exams. You'll remain genin for the rest of your lives. That's bull, man. Kiba exploded. That's ridiculous. There are plenty of people who've taken these exams before. Ibiki chuckled before answering. You guys crapped out. I'm in charge of this year. My exam, my rules. There was a cruel grin on his face as he watched the genin squirm. But I'm not completely without mercy. I gave you a way out. If you don't think you'll get it right, there's the door. He paused to let that sink in. Now, let's begin. Those who don't want to take the risk, raise your hand. Once your number is called, you and your team are out. A few moments of silence passed as the genin fought with themselves. Were they brave enough to take the risk? Did they leave and drag their team down with them? And Naruto was no exception. If he took this test and failed, his dream would be over. A genin making Hokage. Yeah, and next, the Sage of the Six Paths would show up and solve world hunger. But if he quit now, Sasuke and Sakura would be out too. Naruto knew that whatever this question was, Sakura could answer it, 100%. At the very least, he'd be robbing her of the chance to make Chunin this year. Eventually, the first hand was raised. Then another. And then another. Naruto felt the anxiety gnawing away at him as he thought of his future and those of his teammates. At last, he came to a decision. He took a breath, raised his hand, and slammed it on the desk, blowing away all his fears. Like hell, I'll back out. The blonde declared. I've never let anything stand between me and my dreams, and I'm not starting now. So what if I'm stuck as a genin forever? I'll still find a way to become Hokage. You don't scare me. Ibiki stared at him, unmoved by his words. This is your last chance. Keep in mind your life is riding on this decision. Back out, or risk everything. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way, Naruto replied. The scarred proctor closed his eyes, then looked around the room, taking in the now confident faces of the remaining genin. Then he smirked. Very well. To everyone still remaining. Once more, he let the tension build. And then, congratulations on passing the first test. For a moment, all the genin just gaped at the man, stunned by those words. Finally, Sakura broke the silence. Wait, what do you mean? What about the 10th question? Ibiki smiled widely. In contrast to the menacing expressions he'd made before, this one was friendly. There isn't one. Or more accurately, the 10th question was simply the choice to take it, or not. If that's true, then what was the point of the first 9 questions? Temari called out, furious that all of that work and anxiety had been for nothing. The point of the first 9 questions was to test your information gathering ability, Ibiki answered. First, as I explained at the beginning, whether you pass or fail depended on your whole team doing well. That would put pressure on each member to not screw things up for everyone. But the questions were not ones most, if any, genin could hope to answer. Basically, you were supposed to cheat without getting caught. For that purpose, we had a few chunin hidden among you. And anyone caught blatantly cheating was failed. And with that, the scarred man unwrapped his bandana and unveiled what was beneath for all to see. And quite a few of the genin, Naruto included, went pale or recoiled at the sight. Ibiki's head was a mess of scars, burn marks, and screw holes along with many other wounds. Because there are times when information is more important than the life of any one shinobi. And on missions and battlefields, people risk their lives to get their hands on it. If the enemy notices you, there's no guarantee that the information will be accurate. This is what could happen should you chance upon misinformation. Thus, the first test was to weed out any genin who couldn't gather intelligence effectively. But wait, what about the 10th question? Temari asked, sounding confused. Naruto didn't blame her. He got the point of the first 9 questions, but why throw all that out the window with the last one? Ibiki shrugged and closed his eyes. The 10th question was the true purpose of the test. A simple leap of faith. Take it, or don't. He then looked over all the genin. It's a hard choice, risk your career, or drag your teammates down with you. Let's say you do become chunin. You're given a dangerous mission. Say, steal a secret document, with everything about the enemy and their preparations unknown. Can you turn this mission down because you're afraid for your lives or those of your comrades? No. And many of the genin, Naruto included, smiled as they understood the point of the final question. No matter how dangerous the mission, you don't have the option to back out. The courage to face the unknown and overcome any hardship are necessary traits for a shinobi. Those who can't put their fates on the line, who would take the coward's way out? They're unworthy of being called ninja, let alone chunin. He then smiled. All of you have passed my test. The first stage of the chunin exams is now over. I wish you good luck. Just as everyone started celebrating, Ibiki's expression dropped as his gaze turned to the window. A moment later, it shattered. Chunin jumped while nearby genin shielded their faces as a black ball flew into the room and unfurled, sticking to the floor and ceiling with kunai. Emerging from the ball was a slender woman with violet hair styled in a fanned-out ponytail and light brown, pupilless eyes. She was pretty young, looking to be in her mid-20s. She wore a mesh bodysuit that covered her from neck to thigh, a tan overcoat, a dark orange mini-skirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards. She wore a standard Konoha forehead protector as it was intended. The cloth was revealed to be a banner that read, "The sexy and single proctor of the second exam, Anko Mitarashi." Alright, you brats. This is no time to celebrate. The woman who could only be Anko shouted to the test takers, waving her arm with her dramatic flair. I'm Anko Mitarashi, the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams. Now let's go. Follow me. She pumped her fist in the air. She was met with silence. A few seconds later, Ibiki peeked out from behind the banner and gave her an annoyed look. Bad timing, Anko. You're early. Again, he said, causing the woman to blush in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled. That seemed like something he'd do. After regaining her composure, Anko looked out over the crowd and did some mental math. 66. She turned to Ibiki with a scowl. What the hell, Ibiki? You let 22 teams pass. Are you going soft or something? There's a lot of outstanding genins this year, that's all, Ibiki replied with a smirk. Well, that's fine, I guess. My test will cut that number in half, at least. Anko then smiled, and while Ibiki's grins had been cruel, hers was plain sadistic. Follow me. I'll explain once we get there. The genin had been led to a massive, gated-off forest. The trees were the largest many of the hopefuls had ever seen. Naruto saw tiny sections of root systems that were bigger than he was. Despite how spaced out the trees were, it was still so dense that they couldn't see that far in. The whole place radiated a sense of ominousness that had some genin intimidated. Naruto could hear them muttering. "Welcome to the 44th training ground, my own little home away from home," Anko said, genuine cheer in her voice as she looked over her shoulder into the dense woods. "But I doubt you brats will think of it as fondly as I do. Pretty soon, you'll all find out how this place got its nickname, the Forest of Death." Naruto couldn't lie, the forest looked creepy. But, after what they went through on the wave mission, he found he wasn't really intimidated. What was the worst that was in there? Giant beasts. "Hey, Forest of Death, huh? Doesn't look so scary to me," he said, placing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. "Ooh, a brave one, huh?" Anko replied with a cheerful smile. In the next instant, she drew a kunai and threw it straight at the blonde. Naruto didn't have his guard up. He hadn't had a reason to have his guard up, so he was unprepared for an attack. The blonde had just enough time to shift to the side, but the weapon still grazed his cheek. "In good reflexes. Not good enough though," Anko said as she reappeared behind him, leaning down until her head was beside his shoulder. She then licked the blood from his wound. "Kids like you tend to be the first ones to die here. Spilling that pretty red blood everywhere." Suddenly, she pulled out another kunai and pointed it behind her as a woman appeared behind her. It was another genin, one from Kusa. She was tall, with long, straight black hair that trailed all the way down her back. She wore plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind her back. And hanging from her mouth was a ridiculously long tongue that she was currently using to hold up Anko's thrown kunai like a third arm. "Your kunai," she offered. "Why, thank you," the purple-haired woman replied. "But just some friendly advice, don't sneak up behind me unless you want to die." "I'm sorry. I get excited at the sight of blood too. Plus, you cut my lovely hair, and I just couldn't help myself," she replied as she turned and walked back to her teammates. What the hell is up with her? Naruto couldn't help but wonder. "Alright, now before we get started, I'm going to need you all to sign some papers," Anko said as she walked back to her place at the head of the group. Naruto wasn't the only one looking at the forms curiously, but whatever questions they had were answered by her next words. "They're all waivers, so I'm not liable if you die." Ah. Now, to explain the second test. You can turn in your waivers at that booth behind me afterward. This one's a survival test. This training ground has 44 locked gates, a river, and a tower at the center. You'll be using everything at your disposal to compete in a no-holds-barred scroll battle," she explained, holding up 2 scrolls, one white and marked with the kanji for heaven, and one black and marked with the kanji for earth. You'll be fighting over these scrolls of heaven and earth. Half of you will get one, and the rest the other. So there'll be 11 of each. To pass this test, a team had to make it to the tower with both scrolls. But there's a time limit. You only have 120 hours, 5 days, to do this. 5 days. Naruto heard Ino shout. Based on what he knew of her, she probably didn't want to spend more than 10 minutes in a place like this. What about dinner? No surprise that food was the first thought on Choji's mind. You'll have to fend for yourselves. Just watch out for the man-eating beasts, giant insects, poisonous plants, and so on. Anko replied nonchalantly. Naruto could hear Choji whimpering from where he was. Poor guy. But hadn't they had survival training before? They were eventually going to have to rough it at some point in their careers, after all. It's not likely all 11 potential teams will pass. As the days go on, it'll be harder and harder to find a scroll. There'll be less and less time to take a breather, and the whole area is crawling with enemies. You won't have much time to rest. Make no mistake, some of you will die in this forest. She let that sink in for a moment before continuing. Any teams that don't make it to the tower within the time limit fail. You'll also be disqualified if you lose a teammate. And there's no quitting in the middle. Step through the gate, you'll be in there for the full 5 days. And one more rule. Don't look inside the scrolls until you make it to the tower. Chunin will be asked to handle top-secret information from time to time. Consider it a test of your trustworthiness." She took a breath. "One last piece of advice, don't die." All the teams split up, signed their waivers, and got their scrolls. Naruto and his team waited at one of the gates when finally, they heard Anko call out. "The second test of the Chunin exams starts now." The gate before them opened. Naruto turned to his teammates. "Let's go." And they ran inside.